Can we go now?
Well, shit, look at that!
I don't have time to just stand here. Yeah, great view or whatever. Let's move, please. have time to just stand here.
Hello everyone and welcome to Wonderful Noises, created by Agonia.
Hey.
Yeah, she's here with us. Why are you doing this?
Jumping.
No, this is what you're doing, not why you're doing it.
It's the same, okay?
Welcome back to Borderlands, where we continue currently our quest to finding the final vault key and leveling up, gaining new guns, gaining new skills. You know the drill. And trying to get through Pandora relatively unharmed. So let's see, what do we still have on the agenda? Working towards here. The Janistown. There we go. Okay, I guess that's where we need to go. To the next car. Which should be somewhere. Well, let's just open the map. Or we walk.
Okay.
Oh no, we should walk. We should get a car. Why isn't there a car in the outpost in the middle of nowhere? Scooter is doing a bad job at this. How has everyone's week been so far? Honestly, Lilith's laugh is great. You know, she just enjoys murdering, and that's a good quality in a girl.
You looking to get shot? Get those some bitches.
I'm just getting the car for us, okay?
You do that.
Honestly, I do still like this more desolate feeling that the original Borderlands has compared to later titles. Like, I think later titles have some good design, and you know, it's nice to see like ice and more open plains and such. That's neat, but like just this very desolate wasteland feeling, that's just something that they never really catched again, you know? It's just a special vibe they have. But I mean, this was supposed to be a car combat game at one point.
Lucky they didn't do that.
Yeah, they basically the Dahl mainlands, or had you know, the first big area we get into where we also have to fight the boss on the car. That is basically what's left over from that, because they had the cars and they tried getting it right, and then they were like, that's not really that good. And then they, you know, did the whole and then they wanted to expand on the shooting part, you know, on the sides. And we're like, hey, wait, we can actually, you know, maybe do some randomized gun stuff, and that's how they just honed in on that later. But yeah, this feeling of the bigger areas where you have to actually work yourself through That is because this was, you know, a car combat game at some point. I'm more focused on that. I mean, it's kind of obvious they wanted to make a Mad Max style game first, but quite interesting. A lot of changes they made later.
Can I help you?
Okay. We need to kill someone. Again.
Sure. I guess through here? Or back there?
Back there.
Back there.
It's right across the road, actually. Yeah. It's actually interesting how much was still very similar in the original builds. Like the cars, and most of the guns were already pretty much nailed down in how they worked. Or looked, especially. I think some of the most interesting differences is that they only had 3 characters in the beginning. Whoa. And they changed those a lot.
Control access to the trash coast. Dispose of what you will so you can investigate further.
Anyone need help?
There we go. But yeah, I think the big difference in terms of atmospheres compared to the even the second game is that Pandora Field doesn't feel like a nice planet, you know? It sucks to be on here. Okay, here's something. What do we have? Ooh, the meat grinder. No. Oh, wait, that's a Malaran? Take it with me. I should try it out. Oh, actually, yes. I will just that one out. Yeah, some interesting changes they made where you had the. Actually, I will take this one. Yeah, nice. You had only 3 characters in the beginning, so you know your character.
Look up here.
Oh, what?
There's something we can do
Later, probably, yeah. Like your character, basically Roland, the guy with the turret, and Lilith were characters they first planned to have in the game. Brick wasn't in there. The guy that punches people and is also the weakest character overall in the game, yeah, he was the latest edition, and it kind of makes sense when you think about that, right?
Yes and no.
It was, yeah, the latest editions is either undercooked or overtuned. It's either of those, you know?
Fair.
Especially depending on how much development time they
You
have.
should overtune Melee.
What?
You should overtune Melee.
That's true. I mean, then again, they kind of did that from what I...
Peak, for example, is fun, but if you play the game longer, you run into problems.
Yeah. From what I know, Amara in 3 is like actually really good, but...
Can I help you?
Okay. That means we need to get back. So that's actually also an interesting change they made for Mordecai. You know, now you basically start with the bird.
Yeah.
It's just the first skill to unlock. The original plans were actually that, you know, you just get
Warn you about Dennis. There is something strange about her. We haven't had a supply transport come in years. The commerce grid shows no log of her ever using any of my trade stations. But she must be getting resupplied somehow.
Oh, and thank you, Marcus, for the warning that something is off with her. But yeah, that's so basically what basically they just described that you would form a bond with an alien creature throughout the game. So you would get a pet character, but later it was a story thing. Which
Maybe even more freeform. Then it would be Nostale.
I don't know. Honestly, I know why they probably did it like they did it, because it's, you know, easier to just implement and program and balance around.
Yeah.
But the original concept sounded pretty cool, not gonna lie. I mean, also a very interesting change. Lilith wasn't a siren. Like the whole magic aspect didn't exist.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, interestingly, she was she was an ex-military, and from what I know, she was supposed to be ex-military scientist
You may have
with
heard
some.
that Tannis bargains with the bandits. Don't believe any of that rubbish. Even she would not be that reckless.
Who would she then bargain with then? Anyway, because you know, and she also, I think, was partially a cyborg. I think, from what I remember. But the whole point was that she was supposed to be a character melancholic of the humanity she lost.
Weird concept.
Yeah, I know. But she was reworked into Tannis. So, you know, the girl that goes completely bonkers with time.
Way better.
So yeah, Tannis was actually the Scarlet Lilith concept. Interesting to know that. And then they decided, you know what, let's add actually some space magic and stuff. Because, you know, they were like, you know what, if we go to 4 characters up, we can do a little bit more classic, you know, we can a little bit more classic mage character. But the first design was not the one she has now, you know, with red hair and blue tattoos, which is peak, by the way. It's like, Liv has a great design. She's very hot. They actually were like, let's make her like really pale skinned, and when she uses her ability, when she uses her abilities, her eyes went black, and you know it spread out from the eyes. That became Commander Steel, by the way, the antagonist of this game. She's also the Scarlet Lilith concept.
You know what you could do with the Borderlands formula? You could make 3D case of cut.
That's
You already have
true.
weapons and space magic. There's only cybernization.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's missing, and mutations are missing. But
Honestly, that would be it would probably be a big undertaking, but true,
Yes.
the formula they have is probably one of the few that would actually work with, you know, like, first of all, the graphics work, and they already have a, you know, dirty magazines. Yeah, sure.
wash them.
I don't think that's not what the dirty means.
It should.
Fair. I mean, you know, the weapon generations of it's I mean, they need to make a good melee combat system as well, but like,
Well, there's a reason. There's one game that never came out. Where we're kind of pissed off that it never came out.
Oh, you mean Hellraid?
Yeah.
The one game that probably only I and maybe a few other weirdos remember that Hellraid was a thing. Or planned and then died, and then now it's like, oh no, we only
It's the
remember
same
this.
as Deep Down.
It's like, oh, we really like that concept. Sorry, concept dead. Okay, fuck you too, Capcom.
Instead, microtransactions and worst Monster Hunter ever created. It's like...
Yeah, but honestly, I like those trash ones. They could definitely do an, you know, when I think about it, yeah, so much about Borderlands actually... First of all, I think actually making like a really deeper roguelike game, like actual roguelike with the in 3D with a lot of the technology would work, and like especially since the game, you know,
And you have stuff in loading zones, aka strata and parsangs.
yeah. Also, since you might look at the textures and stuff, that's not really a lot of processing power you need. So they could
And to
definitely.
be honest, parts of could look like this.
Fair point. And also, if we talk about forest and stuff, Tiny Tina Wonderlands looks great. They can do both with this art style. They could make a bit more, you know, out there stuff and a bit more.
The forest needs more foliage, otherwise.
Fair point. I mean, now that
Especially
you
Monster
mention it.
Hunter Freedom Unite foliage. Like the one that is really in the way.
The dose foliage.
Yeah.
That one was great, yeah. It just hangs down. And they removed it from Rise, which is why the Rise version is objectively worse.
Yeah.
We have in progress. Okay, let's see if we have some other ones going.
Lots of stuff been showing up missing lately. Makes you wonder.
Do we have anything? No, we don't have anything else yet. Nice. This is going great. Hope you all also hear us. And there's now audio problems. Wait a second, I can actually just give me a skill more. Haha. Yeah, true.
And 1 million credits.
Oh, you at least. I just realized that's a... What? But yeah, I mean, they reworked a bunch of stuff from the original prototypes because, also especially the graphics, because the original one was a lot more darker and more realistic. And I mean, I don't. Oh, nice. I don't think it would. The first game would have looked too worse, compared. But I think the biggest point is more like they changed it to this more cartoony look because the original writing was already like a bit more, they were joking to a degree. So not a lot about that part changed. And honestly, this art style is just better.
Looks like you fit right in.
Okay, so that's the next main mission. Let's do a lot of the side missions here.
What?
What?
I ain't gonna buy it, probably.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's better, but at least we have that one, and that one is good.
That's a good one, yeah. Like, as I said, I think I said this in like a previous stream. If the Borderlands games achieve one thing, they run on every system.
Yeah. Well, It's not Doom yet, but
Okay, here's the thing. Even there, I would say, the newer Doom games are also not that performant anymore.
talking about Doom, there is only one Doom.
Okay, the original Doom runs everywhere. And then again, are you really wanting to talk about the fact how all the stuff you can do with the Doom 2 engine nowadays? Complete insanity. Oh. Okay, so we have 2 missions in Treacherous Landing and one in Rust Commons East. I mean, I guess we're going to go with the Treacherous Landing first. We can just fast travel, I think. Yeah, actually, they could. I think as a spin-off title, this would not be that bad. I know a lot of people like this more, fixed Diablo-style game, but
It's not like you can't bring it under there. You know?
sure. I mean, I think random generated dungeons and such you could also do that and sit. But fair. No. I totally agree with the fact that this could work. I mean, especially since we have all since they've now established that there was like a locked away planet.
Oh no, I don't mean in Borderlands.
Oh, I mean, okay, you know why?
Okay, sure. Tell me.
We should throw a grenade in here.
Oh, then do that.
Yay, fish! Oh,
More grenades.
what?
Fish.
Okay. You know what? Let's kill the bandits first. Then. Interesting that the fish is still fresh.
Not enough fish.
Right? Oh. Another pond. There's a different pond over here. Oh wait, can we interact with this one?
I don't know.
Oh no, let's just throw a grenade in.
That.
I think you need to... Oh, right, I
That's
think...
the wrong kind of grenade.
I think I have contact mines. That would explain a lot. Yeah! I think you need to do it.
Okay.
If you have, how's it called? Ooh. Proximity mines. They don't go off when there's no enemy nearby. You know? Yeah, just throw in there. In the pond. Not this one. Not that one.
Well, I'm out of grenades anyway.
Oh, we need grenades then. You know what? I can also change my grenade slot. Yeah. Oh! Now it's exploded.
Yeah, okay. Even more fish.
Yes, we only need 4 more fish. Different pond now. Damn it. Okay, I have another grenade. And another grenade. And I guess you can actually fish here. I'm just gonna kill the get the fish really quickly, and we know what the other mission here is. Something was... Oh, Righteous Man sunk.
Yeah.
Oh, you definitely need to do it. I think the only grenades I have heal me. So I need to throw a grenade in the pond. There we go. Delicious as only a fish recently exploded from putrid water can be. Okay, that's all the things we can do here. Oh no, we need to destroy more boats.
Fair. They're probably on the other side, though.
I mean, they're marked now, so... So it's back there. So,
Now this is loot.
I guess time to go somewhere else and kill the last boat, or whatever it is.
Okay. Let's
There
go.
we go. Oh yeah, what a mystery. I mean, it's nice that Marcus is like, hey, Tennis has not bought anything from the from his vending machines in like a long time. That's sus. But also, Pia says she's definitely not working there with bandits. What could that mean?
The bandits are working with her.
You know,
I'm smart.
are you?
Sometimes, if I want to be.
Fair point. There we go. The boats are sunk. Time to go back, I guess. Nice thing is I'm healing myself with my super with my ultimate now.
I don't.
So, yeah. Honestly, in later titles, there's a lot more self-sustain on characters in general, I would say. In the first game, they were a bit more, maybe a bit, maybe there.
To one degree, they're a bit stingy, but to the other degree, it feels like a part of something that maybe at one point was in the game. And that's actual, like, resource management.
Yeah. I mean,
Because, I don't know, games often treat resource management as a thing to overcome and not a thing to deal with.
yeah.
Which is like, okay, at some point you can overcome it, I guess, but most often it's not about overcoming anything. Not dealing with anything. It's more like, ooh, look at this resource system. Look, after chapter 1 we discarded.
Yeah, that's, I mean...
Because it might annoy people to actually have to deal with the thing we promoted our game for.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the second game still gets it pretty okay, but mainly due to a thing that
in
also...
general,
Yeah.
none of the Borderlands game have much resource management
That's true.
at all.
I'd say that I think just one thing it still gets, in my opinion, better than most games, is the fact that you still have this. You have to still manage your health and survivability with your skills and build. And
Sure, but then
and that's
Doom
like-
is a resource management game.
What? I couldn't understand you acoustically right now. But also
I'm
like
just saying that's
I know,
basic
I know.
resource management. That's not really much. Okay?
It's not much. They could do a lot better. I totally agree with that.
Well, it's not necessarily better. It's a different direction. The sad part is that most games take this direction.
Yeah, I think the big part why I think it still gets some stuff done in that part is, how's it called? It's actually hard if you don't.
Hey, you see my gun?
So, you know,
It's hard if you don't.
I mean, it's a harder game if you don't engage. You know, it's like it's not fun to play if you don't sit down and be like, okay, how can I actually buff my survivability?
I would agree, but you get enough money that it doesn't really matter if you die anyway.
That's really the big.
So
that's really the
unless
biggest
you like
problem.
very learn resistance, I don't think anyone will ever have problems with this game.
There we go.
Alright, don't be shy now. Come on, catch a ride. You catch a ride. The next time you see Tannis, tell her to come see me in New Haven. Wherever she's getting her supplies, I know I can make her a better deal.
Are you so sure about that?
So many turrets.
Yay.
This one's for you! They got too many guns on me!
Clear them please one by one and not just running through them all and then ignoring them, yeah?
Yeah, oh. There we go. I really thought there were some turrets back there, so... Let me just clear that one really quickly.
No, we could get the whole enemies first, you know?
No, I'm dead. Oh.
You can shoot from here, by the way. You're way too aggressive.
Okay, sorry. I just saw one turret and I was like, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Less aggressive, more planning. And
I found some help.
there we go. That one is down. One's in the back. Oh yeah, right.
Okay, let's check some weapons.
Come on, little one. Time to die.
Jacobs
Yes.
versus a Tedior?
TDR, yeah.
Are those good? Are those bad?
Jacobs are like, for what I know, pretty good revolvers. But the differences are not as big in the first game. They're more pronounced in from the second onward.
Yeah, I still don't know what's better. This one has more damage.
More damage
But
and
it's very
better reload
slow.
speed, but I would definitely take the Jacobs first.
Why?
High accuracy. You hit more on range. No.
Let's try it. It's a Jacobs. I thought I switched them. Yeah, I switched to Jacobs.
Yeah. That's the...
Yeah. Right now I'm mostly playing with this one.
Oh yeah, from the one boss.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's actually kill the last one.
Sure.
Oh. Yeah.
Wonderful. Now, do your best to prepare yourself for what's ahead. I'll contact you again soon.
Okay,
Yeah, if you're ulti, you can just run.
there we go. Oh, yeah, 2 boxes. One here and one up there. Cheap rifle, and no.
Not really, no?
Not really, no. Nothing sticks out here. And west, but... That's the only quest we already also have left, so... Nice. Okay, that was useless actually.
I was getting some tea though.
That was definitely nice, yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Without a master, I have two options. I can listen to you move your disgusting meat flaps, or I can stick an electrode up my back panel and call it paradise. I will comply with what you need, then get out of my scan range.
Prepare yourself. Your next challenge awaits. It might seem insurmountable, but you can do this. You will prevail.
I haven't seen anything insurmountable which an infinite number of clones can't solve.
I mean,
Make this permadeath, then we talk.
I guess that's true.
That's always the problem with this kind of RPG-like structures. It's like, will you be able to do it? I don't know. I have infinite tries.
Oh, we can actually travel in afterwards because we have some other side quests from Crazy Earl. So
Nice.
let's go.
Prepare yourself. You have come on your journey, but it is not yet over, and it is not yet time to rest. Much depends on your actions moving forward. This last challenge will be your greatest.
Shut up, Siri.
Yeah, shut up. Time to go to Crazy Earl's scrapyard.
There are siren thingies.
Nothing I really would say looks good right now. Let me just check really quickly.
What kind of sirens do you need?
Mercenary.
Mercenary.
If you need healing, step right up. Buy a first aid kit and you won't regret it.
Repeater
storage
pistol
pack.
upgrade.
I should probably get those too
You should.
for everything, and then
Whether you are killing bad guys or exploring the unknown, you need a trusty gun by your side.
You technically have more than enough to upgrade everything.
I have everything. Then let's go.
You have upgraded your ammunition?
Yes, I bought all of them.
Okay.
There we go. Going to Crazy Earl's scrapyard. It's kind of funny how the guy later just becomes a door and sanctuary in the second game. Like here he still has his whole scrapyard, and then Handsome Jack bullies him out of it. and forces him to sell permanent upgrades for Iridium.
You are banned near barrels, by the way.
What?
You are banned near barrels. You have AoE. Ran right. Yeah, exactly that.
Okay. Rescue Earl's best friend in the trash coast. I think that's again all of the side quests we can have. We are always.
Oh no! It's becoming more linear.
Oh no! We are just too efficient. Bludgeoning damage.
Not bad, but I don't need it.
Yeah, I'm not really finding any good mercenary mods anymore. I kind of hate that.
I have just found 2 mods of those I need ever. So...
I wonder if we are missing some other side quests, but yeah. I mean, Earl's best friend is over there. There's Claptrap. Yeah, we can do that.
No, that doesn't mean it's gone.
Oh.
Object permanence, okay?
I thought I killed it.
Nope.
Yeah. And yep, there's trash, there is a coast. This is definitely the trash coast.
Not wet enough. That's for sure.
Yeah. Now we can actually go and kill this band camp. I have a lot of grenades now, damn.
Claptrap mission.
What?
Claptrap mission.
Yeah, up here.
Yeah, I accepted it.
Okay. Then let's actually put him on so we can see where it's up there on the up here. How do we get onto that thing? Oh. Let me guess. We can probably get onto it from here somewhere. Right? No.
In other words,
We We need to go way further back.
Yeah, I learned object permanence, but it's too low for level to be used.
Shut up. I have object permanence. I'm just also
Yeah,
a
I
little
told you, I narrated it to you. Said you learned it.
I am just a little bit ill. Yeah. Also, no, just because you narrate something to me doesn't mean it. We need to go from the other side. This should be a shortcut. Don't worry, Claptrap, you're just a little bit longer in pain. And one more
Does
game.
Claptrap simulate pain?
Yes, from what I know, to a degree they do. Hyperion is a kind of a fucked up company, even before Jack took over.
The main problem with turning Caves of Kut into a Borderlands is the deadliness, I guess. Like, you turn around the corner and oops, Snapjaw with a shotgun.
I mean, yeah. I think if they actually managed to make it so that, you know, the baseline damage of weapons would be higher and, like, you would generally do a bit more damage, it would probably be better manageable.
Well, that's what would be the case if you do Caves of Kut.
Okay, oh, some wood. There's even some foliage here. Okay, let me just check. I think Earl's best friend is like literally around the corner here, so...
Roughly.
Yeah, I think we can get onto the pipe here. So, my suggestion would be that we do first Earl, then we go onto the pipe and save Claptrap. And then...
Whatever's left.
Yeah, then let's go and deal with whoever has the vault key, and then definitely Tennis won't betray us.
Totally. It's not what I would do.
I mean, who would you rather work together? The nice people of New Haven, or supposedly bandits? There's no other faction on this planet. Isn't that right?
Well, maybe they're in orbit.
I mean, when it comes to a faction being in orbit, Hyperion has not showed up yet with her. You should definitely have an artifact equipped.
Oh, I have one equipped all the time.
They have not shown up yet with their space station. That's
Maybe
that's
we
the
are on
sequence.
the space station.
Ooh, no, actually no. The space station is in orbit around Australia. I mean, the moon.
The moon is part of Australia, right?
No,
They need to rejoin.
no. It's more like, you know, because the pre-sequel devs were from Australia, so like they work together with.
Doesn't matter. The moon belongs to Australia. We
Why
all
does-
know that.
Why does the moon belong to Australia?
Gundam?
What?
I think because of Gundam, the moon belongs to Australia.
I mean, if your series has mechs, Australia's fucked up. That's just a good.
That's what they want you to believe, but most of Australia is on the moon.
That's a thing to say.
This is amazing.
Do you need that shotgun?
No.
Then take it and sell it.
Yes. Okay, let's go back and go over the. Da-da-da.
Over the
Wait, wrong way. Wrong
metally
way.
pipe,
Correct.
not the Rocky Mountains.
And not fall off.
It's the Rocky Mountains, the metally pipe, the wobbly wastes. The milky molasses.
What?
The milky molasses. And the Arctic.
What? Okay, now it's getting ridiculous.
Pipe runner. As opposed to edge runner.
Oh, we're not in the sun anymore, so we're shadow runners.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And twilight runners and dusk runners.
And let's repair.
And maybe we
Tether.
mutate and then we're red runners.
God. I guess.
All to repair a good friend Claptrap number 120.
Okay, I do wonder.
Open up something nice.
Let's get down. Come on, everybody. Check me out. I'm dancing. I'm dancing.
Nope, he's just annoying. Or is he? You're not giving us anything, right? Nope, I think he's just a piece of shit.
Shoot him! He's only simulating the pain.
I mean, it's not that all the claptraps die.
Depending on your definition of live, you know?
Yeah, I mean, from what we know, the advanced robots, like, are conscious in Borderlands.
Yes, but technically, some definitions of life include the procreation
Fair point.
with only its own species. And since Claptrap on its own is not in a situation to build more of itself, under that definition of alive, it's not alive.
But also the claptraps are sentient, especially the one, you know. I think that's actually a pretty macabre thing that happened because...
It's not the point, though.
Okay, yeah.
You know, sentience doesn't change anything from that definition. I think it's a stupid definition, but it is one.
I mean, it is a part. Yeah, so hey, we have some
Yes.
flowers here.
It is. This is part of like one biological definition, not all of them. But ironically, under that definition, you can be sentient, but if you can't,
Yeah.
like, reproduce yourself without the help of another species, then you're not alive. That's why viruses, under some
true.
definitions, aren't alive.
I mean, it's a bit complicated, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the same with everything. We use definitions to make it easy to remember and stuff. But in the end, it's nothing more than like a classification in the sense of drawing an arbitrary line
Yeah.
to understand the world better. Which is helpful, but ultimately not correct. Like, or more like not accurate.
Okay, I think I need to tune down. No, I think the game is always like that. Well. Sometimes I just don't hear you well. That's it.
Yeah, the game is loud.
True. The audio mixing is just a bit off. That's... eh. Well, let's see what the final challenge is. And what will happen to us afterwards. Oh, nice, we have I'm almost at level 33.
I kinda
Then we
I'm
are...
farther behind as usual. Those eyes don't look healthy.
Yeah.
Not the rakes. I don't like.
Rack.
Ah, racks. Yeah, I don't like them either.
It's the flying ones.
Yeah.
I genuinely like the idea. It's kind of disturbing that, you know, the racks are coming out of other, are basically two beings. Like the hives are also sentient.
Yeah, they're probably doing a metamorphosis of some kind in their lifespan and then become another hive.
Yeah. Problem is the rack hive is a joke.
Yeah.
It's a cool design, but yeah.
To be fair, if they made it harder, it would be probably very annoying.
Yeah, true. It should be become a normal enemy to a degree.
Fair? Why not?
But I mean, that's also like, it's kind of a joke.
There's...
Huh?
Oh, there's more for you.
Wait. Oh. Nice. No, that's fine like that. Do we have the... Yeah, they have some... You really notice they have some good ideas in this game, but... This is one of those games where, like, I totally get when people say they kinda wish it would actually get a remake. You know, with, you know, maybe better skills and that the characters are better to play and the enemies do more. And I get that to a degree, because, like, that's probably the biggest problem when you look at video games, right? Like, to a degree, there's a technological layer. Like, it's not with movies where, like, you just need to slap the same movie onto a different medium to a degree, and you still have, you know, the movie.
Found something.
What?
I found something.
What do we have here? There we go. Piece of the puzzle, and there we go. Let's get back out here again. Like, for example, you have to actually question what is sometimes the best thing, because, you know, emulation really depends on what hardware we're talking about. Like, I mean, there's a reason there is a longer list of things that just don't work that well on the Switch 2 right now, backwards compatible, because it's like, it's full emulation. So, oops. But also, the thing is just that certain platforms are easier to emulate than others. Like, for example, I think the PSP is one of those platforms that I think has really good emulation right now. It works pretty well. But the PS2 isn't. The PS2 is like, because the hardware is so weird, it's just, yeah, just hard to emulate, really. And then you have things like, hey, Ephemeral June, how are you doing? Talking about stuff like emulation and shit, and this is like one of the reasons why the Switch 2 has problems with backwards compatibility right now, because it's from what I said, just full emulation, and it's like, oops.
And 3D case of good.
And 3D case of good, and just a lot of stuff, and how you should remake games, because, like, I get when people say, you know, they want to have a remake of Borderlands 1 with the newer technology, because, like, we're kind of playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands side by side. I do want to get this series that we play through, you know, Borderlands 3 at some point.
You don't need to,
but, like,
gesticulate with your hands.
Sorry.
You don't have hand tracking yet.
Maybe in the future.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. Yeah, okay, I think from what I know, Dreamcast is actually not that hard to emulate, even. But, yeah, I totally get why, I totally get why, you know, how's it called, some things are just not done. PS1 games, hard. That's the thing. If someone is like, you know, oh, why don't they have backwards compatibility, just emulation from PS1, 2, and 3 games? The answer is, holy shit, have you ever looked into emulation of those? The thing is,
they made progress in the last 20 years, though.
They made progress. I can see that maybe even this generation we might get the ability, or, you know, that on a technical level, some games of the PS1 could actually be emulated by just, you know, you put in a disc into the PS5, and it can roughly emulate how it's supposed to work. But no, the PS1 is hard to emulate. There's a reason why, you know, most backwards compatibility in history, even. God damn it! No, Scrappy is burning. No. Okay. That's yeah. How a lot of that is on a, you know, is not done with emulation. But, you know, some native ability, like native aspect, like, for example, every handheld from Nintendo, which they said in an interview themselves, had so far had hardware from the previous one in it, so, you know, you could play your advanced games on the DS or your Game Boy games on the Advance. That was a real thing they had to consider how they fit that in. And I think the most, well-known one is actually the PS3, because the PS3, the base model, is backwards compatible to the PS1 and the PS2 by having a PS2 inside of it. Yeah, the PS2 is hard to emulate. It's just, yeah. But yeah, doing, and there is a reason why I can totally see that some games are getting ported on different engines, like I think one of the most recent ones that we saw is, how's it called? Night Dive Studios is porting has their own proprietary engine, to which they are basically porting all the old games to, because a lot of the old games were running on, different engines that all had their own problems. Like,
So weak.
Yeah. So the thing is, if they when they got their hands on the actual code of the games, they just were like, let's just put them on our engine where we can just do more with them. So from what I know, like the Quake re-releases are also not running on. Oh, actually not running on, the ITAC engine anymore. Which, I mean, to a degree you get that, Like, the problem is, as I said, with games, you have this technological layer behind it that, if we talk about game conservation, you're just running into the problem of, is this thing actually working in the future on future systems? And current contemporary engines are a lot better at that. Like, for example, if something is on Unreal Engine, I would say even 4 and such, usually a lot better to scale upwards. But like, we're already having problems with Borderlands on, the Enhanced Edition. And that's Unreal Engine 3. And Unreal Engine 3 is a really good engine of the time. It just has its own problems. Because even then, even like 10 years ago, not a lot of people were thinking about the fact that, hey, maybe these might be going to be games that are going to be really released over and over and over. And then there's also just the fact that some games age badly in terms of gameplay. I wouldn't actually say Borderlands is the case. It's just simple. Like, some characters like Brick. A bunch of skill trees are just like, especially if you compare them to what later games have, they could just be better. Stuff like that, Just a general rework of stuff would probably make the game more interesting. That's a fair point. So you have to ask the question, what do you want? Do you want to have this, like, the game remade with not only better technology, but also, like, different gameplay? Or, and that's actually, like, a very reasonable thing to ask, should they at some point just consider, putting Borderlands 1 and 2 on, like, Unreal Engine 5? And obviously it's like, oh, hey, what else could change with that? But also, just the backend could be better. Like, more memory leak would be amazing, actually. Okay. Hey, Tennis, are you going to stab us in the back?
Yes, no.
Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? Da, 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 da.
Still bad at singing.
Rescue Claptrap in Old Haven. Oh, we need to rescue a Claptrap.
Sure.
We need one more piece, but it's, we need to free the fucking Claptrap.
Sure.
But yeah. And even then with the old Capcom games, I think one of the most interesting parts about that is, how many are running on the RE engine now? There's a reason they are doing that. Then again, that's also one of those things where, like, actually, you know, getting games very well onto onto new engines is hard because, you know, you actually need the goals, you know, like the source code. And that's difficult because depending on what kind of
Remember Square Enix where they were just like, no, we don't have the source code for that one Final Fantasy anymore.
Final Fantasy VIII. You ask, can you remaster Final Fantasy VIII? And they were like, nope, we don't have the source code. And then the one studio that that did the PC port of the game back in the day, they like basically from the heavens came down, were like, oh, we still have the gold, the source code of the PC version. By a fucking miracle, because one of the devs just hoarded it on a hard drive. Like, I think that's one thing about media preservation that is not talked about enough, because, like, yes, keeping games available is important, but keeping the tech around for games is even more important. Let's go and get some of those missions then. Like, from what I know, from what you can see, I think Gearbox has actually, you know, conserved their code pretty well. So, you know, they could actually port Borderlands 1 and 2 onto probably a new Unreal Engine and it would probably run better. But, like, again, not many studios have done that. Dun, 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 dun. How are you doing, by the way? Oh god. A bot. It's for the bandits. Okay. Stuff in the trash coast. Da, 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 and bye bot. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, I am actually saluting a few people who are like doing compiler work, or just doing coding stuff on old things, because there's some impressive things being done, but also, yeah, some of old code is bad. Let's just put it like that. Even from the, you know, the big ones where everyone's like, you know, those are classics. Like, Super Mario 64 is such a code mess.
I don't think Nintendo was ever associated with having good code.
Oh, actually, a lot of people say that because the games just ran so smoothly. It didn't have a lot of bugs, and, you know, again, the whole business system. It's still interesting. Like, Super Mario 64 runs better on the N64 when you remove the how's it called? The performance improvements in the code. Because turns out, especially when devs went to 3D, a lot of old stuff was just guessing what would be, you know, the best.
Yeah. She never had a 3D system before.
There is the thing. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So they had some ideas about, okay, you know what, this might be good, and, you know, correctly implemented, fair, that would definitely be correct, but also one of the most interesting things about the N64 that they didn't know back then was that, well, processing speed is actually key. As in, you don't want to, you want to have high memory throughput. So even if, you know, for example, you come in?
I'm killing lava crab.
Okay.
Now.
Like, Where was I? Basically, removing how's it called? Stuff that is supposed to increase performance. You know, that there, for example, isn't like culling anymore. Just makes it so that there is less code needing to feed through the memory of the N64, meaning the game just runs faster.
Seen anything
I know,
like this.
weird, but it just be like that. And yeah, with Command and Conquer, I mean, I'm actually really impressed that they actually released the that they did release the source code for like all Command and Conquer games. That is huge. That's like, again, as I said, code preservation is so important. Like, there's a reason people are making games on the GZ Doom engine nowadays. And like, I don't think we will have something similar for RTS games because it's a bit late that this happened, but it would be kind of interesting if, you know, in the future there's like a new RTS coming out on, you know, the original Command and Conquer engine, just highly upgraded. Or Command and Conquer Generals, you know. I mean, I don't know how they how this would look like legally, but since EA is apparently like very happy to hand out source codes nowadays, I will suggest them, hey, could you also release the source code for Battle for Middle-earth? I know you probably won't get the license to make a third one, which sucks. I also remind you would need Dust and Browder for that again. But maybe we can fix the atrocious netcode if you give us the source code. Yeah, like... Oh, okay, you. There we go. I mean, another pretty, you know, another famous one, I would say, or infamous one, rather, is the original Jack and Dexter games. Because, basically, original Jack and Dexter games are impressive. You know, like, the first game is basically a seamless open world Mario 64 / Banjo-Kazooie mix, and it's really good. Like, it's one of those jump-and-run games I tell people, you were missing out. You are genuinely missing out playing this not playing this game. But also, if you're thinking about that, basically launch PS2 game. Again, no loading times, fluid, impressive animation, to this day, just really impressive tech. How did they do that? Well, here's the thing. It ran on an engine that was written in its own programming language. They had their own programming language. which is like, you know, if you work at, you know, if you were working in house there, you know, at Naughty Dog, and which one is that? Oh, Siren. Not really. And you know, we're writing with that. You know the language. It's not a problem. You know, they know their own language, so they were able to just do the job with it. Fine, no problem. The problem is just like when it now comes to, hey, anyone else working with that code. There's a reason why most studios are using just like a handful of programming languages, because you kind of want people to understand your code, right? And also not train people on new code.
You mean new languages?
A whole new language, yeah. So, for example, when Bluepoint got, like, that's actually interesting. Bluepoint got the source code. So they were like, oh yeah, we're porting the games to the PS3 and such, and the PS Vita, and the PS Vita version has problems. Like, they tried, but it has problems. And interestingly, basically what happened, they had an interview with that. They basically had the source code. They opened it and were like, "The fuck are we looking at? What is this? What the fuck were you doing?" So some fans are actually decompiling that code. And so there is actually a native Jack and Daxter port with completely decompiled Go as an open source language. So, you know, that's the work of a dedicated fan base, and I'm just gonna say it, Sony should fucking pay them, because, like, if they ever want to port those games, and they should port those games at some point to newer consoles or PC, you know, fully, or maybe even remaster them, that is going to be a big thing that it would help people, but yeah. It's always revolvers and shit. Anyway, let's just get up there and free Claptrap, I guess. And we can also get the inventory upgrade from there. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's also, you know, aside from the fact, you know, based on the limited understanding I have about code, which is not much, but a little bit, like, it's also, you know, source code sometimes just needs to be, I mean, you know, as Jun said, some code is probably just a nightmare to compile, because some code is like most things in life. Code can actually does things always seems messy and always seems to be maintained by fewer and less elite developers than one may think. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the weird part. Like, there's a lot of code that's just, that's just like, how the hell did that work in the first place? And then there's code where you're like, wow, that's actually written really, really well. And the last part is very, very rare. From what I know, the tech engines are like that, which is also why, like, a lot of devs like to use them. And from what I know, the Unreal ones also were. But, like, I mean, that's the thing. In terms of code, John Carmack is good. Full disclaimer, John Carmack is a fucking dunce. He's like the biggest gullible idiot out there in the dev world. And only because the guy programmed the engine that ran Doom, people give him any kind of credibility to talk about any type of video game. Is that a revolver?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so on that note, Carmack, he can code really well from what I know. He's a fucking idiot. Like, good lord, is he a fucking idiot.
And what do you mean specifically?
He told, first of all, is, shit like, a story in a video game is like a story in a porn, which is like, hey, John, fuck you too.
It's wrong on both ends.
Yes, I know. Because first of all, no, story is really relevant in a narrative, to a degree, narrative-driven series, a medium like games. It can enhance, like, a good story can enhance any game, by the way.
And a good story can enhance any porn.
Oh, yes! Just because Carmack watches absolutely mid-porn, like, hey, John, wow, you just exposed yourselves really badly, you know? No taste in porn. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh, it's that's the revolver is called Patton. May God have mercy upon my enemies because I won't. Which is a line General Patton said during World War I, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, then he was all gung-ho on VR is the future. Then he was gung-ho on the metaverse is the future. And now he's bootlicking AI. So, I don't have a big, I don't have any big things to say about him aside from, yes, he can write some impressive engines, but, he hasn't done that in years as well, so... No, fuck John Carmack. Oh, wow, what happened here? There you go.
They're generally not easy if you do not have corrosion.
Oh, corrosion is the important one here.
I think so.
That could be the case. That's one thing I really like about the second game. You see that corrosion... yeah, that's a lot better. Wow. You actually see corrosion on, on the health bar. Corrosion is yellow. Corrosion is yellow, blue is shields, red is flesh, and yeah. That's actually so much better with corrosion, holy shit. Okay, that's actually one thing I would say, if they actually remade this, they should maybe change that.
You could also just try things out for once.
Yeah, fair point.
I'm not where you are.
Do you have to turn around?
I don't have to turn around.
You don't help me.
Nope.
I'm not seeing anything anymore.
And I'm under fire.
The website of my mobile phone provider where I recharge my prepaid. I'm 100% sure that this is outsourced to one guy in Eastern Europe that also maintains 4 other websites. Wouldn't surprise me. Depending on how big that company is, wouldn't actually surprise me. Yeah. Only it's a good thing I had the Malavan SMG here. Hey, hello.
Wow, you're not dead?
Okay, now we can actually go over here, I think. Oh, we have to turn it in by at him.
See you next time.
If the Lance are taking an interest in what we're doing, then things just got a lot more dangerous. For you, not me, I'm safe and sipping a nice chamomile. They know the legend of the vault too, and it is unlikely they will simply let you walk in unopposed and cheerful. Also, I have butter cookies.
Oh,
Oh, look, she's totally not betraying us right now.
I want butter cookies.
But the cookies are nice, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there is also this one joke of like, a house made of building blocks. And there's like this one singular small piece at the bottom that if you remove it, everything collapses. And then someone was like, yeah, it's just some weird, it's just some ancient code on GitHub one guy coded and maintained. Yeah, honestly, that is true. I mean, games being expensive is a very big part about why game preservation is so important. I mean, to a degree, games should also become less expensive. But different story.
Look at this.
Don't we just need to go back?
Yeah, we need to go back and save the claptrap. I mean, there's a good thing that a bunch of publishers have now started to actually have some preservation programs. Like the fact that a few years ago, I think Sony started with that, having someone just actually just collect and list all the a lot of code. That is good. That's like really good. But yeah. We don't have a lot of that, and let's actually go. Where is the next mission? The final piece in the Salt Flats. Oh yeah, right. I think we need to go through somewhere. Help.
Sure. You can try.
Huh? I don't know what happened. It just, it just exploded everywhere and boom.
Behind you. Literally.
Okay.
You were
Wow.
you were seeking cover directly in front of an explosive giant barrel while doing AoE damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ma.
Scanning through accuracy. Regenerate ammo or even kill you. Get yours right here.
Yeah, it's
Talk about code if you don't know much about code.
I mean, it's also
you managed
A bit.
to make a ball in ping pong behave like the ball
In ping pong.
by looking at someone else's code and copying it.
yeah, I'm still trying to learn, and I'm just not good. I can actually just hammer you out design documents all day because I, play a lot of TTRPGs, but nope. Coding, I'm bad. It would be nice to have a new Street Fighter 3.
Fine, but I fired him for gross incompetence.
Yeah.
When he left, he stole a fragment from me and punched my dog, which was the fourth and final part of the key. The fragment is part of the key, not my dog.
Well,
But then again, I think it's normal to know nothing about coding when you start. So
yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, you know what? Street Fighter 3 would be very nice to re-release. Maybe they get to that. It would be good, actually, I'd say. Just probably also not the easiest to do. I don't know how hard that code is. I can, for example, I can also, I could guess, for example, that I think King of Fighters 12 is probably gonna be horrible. Or was it 13? It was King of Fighters 13. That one was the horrible one because basically they wanted to do the best looking sprite game in history, and they did. Anyway, you know what I mean what I mean when I say best looking sprites and how much fucking work that is.
Excellent. I've been looking forward to this. My men are impatient. But I shall savor this until your blood has soaked the sand and your carcass is nothing but earth or rock.
Yeah. And again, that's always a big thing about when you look at video games. I mean, as a realist, but concept of an originally unplugged games people get love a long time later. Oh, yeah, I mean, some re-releases do that. That's, why I think re-releases are kind of important. Because I know people always like, oh, but, like, when, help a game stay available, like, yeah, but, like, the thing is, re-releases are kind of an important thing because sometimes that is what gets people to check it out again at all. And I think that is kind of an overlooked part because if it's the problem is people getting into I mean that's okay, yeah, now I get what you mean. I mean there are still games like that around, but also I mean it's one of those games where like it's one of those types of games where I would say it kind of sucks. That if such a game comes out, especially for the devs, because then it's like, yeah, hey, you just your game came out and people are like, and then later on people are like, oh wait, this is actually not that bad, and like, I mean, Demon's Souls was that, by the way. Like, people are claiming Demon's Souls was an instant hit at launch, but no, a lot of people like didn't think it was good. And a lot don't admit that they did. Only when I think that's probably the biggest problem a lot of games have. Popular opinion.
Path to my door. How can I turn you away when you're so doggedly eager for death? Do come in. Enter my humble abode.
kind of cool to live on like a giant ass. Oh. Problem. Game stutters.
Well, then we beat the encounter and you restart.
Yeah. It really is dropping during the combat. So. You coming out here?
Sure.
Yes. So, 1 second. That's what we talked about. There is a memory leak in this game, so...
Quit the desktop?
Yeah, quit the desktop. I do like that they definitely say all progress will be saved when you end the game, so... It's not like, did I save now or not? And the game was like, no, you have saved, no worries. And like, that's nice. That's nice. But yeah, the thing with like unpopular game that gets people to love later, it's like they still exist, but I really think like it's just not helpful for like a lot of devs to have that actually. So it just like a lot more games actually need better marketing anyway. Like. I think this is probably one of the things I keep saying, that a lot of times games succeed despite their publishers, not because of their publishers, and it should not be due to that. Like, okay, 1 second, we're gonna be having to adjust the audio again.
You need help? Stay out of my way.
And there we're back. I mean, actually, Borderlands is a good example. It's one of those games where, you know... Oh, we need to walk now, I guess. Oh, well. Like, when it came out, 2K did some marketing, you know? But I think the marketing was not good. But, like, the choices Gearbox made and, you know, how they presented and how they talked about the game. Like, that's why the game actually succeeded overall. Because a lot of the early Borderlands marketing leaned way more into the, at least on the publisher side, leaned way more into the serious part of the game, while, you know, Gearbox was joking around like, you know, hey, I think they posted stuff like you can punch a midget's leg off, and like it was a bit of crass stuff, you know. But guess what stuck with people? Like, yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of times, games succeed despite their publishers, not because of them. I mean,
for some reason, the difficulty marketing for Dark Souls stuck, even though it's not difficult.
I think this is probably one of the few things where you could say, yeah. The sad part here is that the publisher did actually bad marketing. That did a good job. Because Demon's Souls and Dark Souls were basically marketed as, like, when it came to the devs, they were like, yeah, it's, you know, it's you know, a bit more deeper, you know, a bit more darker medieval action RPG, and, you know, they just were, you know, we're looking at stuff like the quality of everything, and you know what? I think that's the irony. This is what they said and what they did is way more accurate to the game and conveys way more what the game is about. But in terms of the zeitgeist, the one guy at Bandai Namco who was like, if you don't play this game and finish it, you're a fucking pussy. They fucking hit the nail so much on the head, even if it corrupted the if it corrupted the legacy of the series forever. It's tainted now. Everyone is now like, oh, but they're hard. They're not. And they're gearing even more towards stuff that's actually kind of easier, like. Oh, nice. I'm just not getting any. I'm pissed. You know, that's the thing. Marketing is hard. We're really jumping from topic to topic here. I mean, oh, here. Here here's where we can enter everything.
Sure.
God, I don't know where to go with all of this. It's a bit weird to think about, oh hey, how do you... Actually, that's not that bad.
Well, we went to advertising is weird. So
it's just hard to do anyway. Like
and weird. So next step is trailers nowadays are bad. Mostly.
Oh yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that, especially now with the fact that,
Come on, full sentences.
But the fact that Microsoft is just fumbling so many game releases, that there probably is one or two games that, later people are like, oh hey, those were actually pretty good. Just because, they never knew they were there in the first place. But, I mean, also, don't buy Microsoft games right now. Hans and Franz, oh my god. Where is he?
Down there.
Oh. There we go. There we go. Has betrayed us. Oh.
She used you to get what she wants. You ignored my leave the planet Mars and we walk the
There.
take advantage of my generosity. And made further disobedience will cost you other citizens of this planet here.
Yeah, that was still the.
You're about to make an unpleasant discovery. Learn a harsh lesson. No. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. Stand by.
This is Commandant Steele of the Atlas Corporation Crimson Dawn Starboard Brigade. Be advised, in preparation of upcoming special operations of the lands, I have ordered the airport network shut down. Any attempt to circumvent our control will be met with punishment of death. Do not taste it, or we may shut down the commerce windows. This is the only warning you will receive.
So yeah.
What the hell is going on? Has Steel gone insane? They're shutting down the ecosystem, and now we're getting reports of weapons fire all around Sanctuary. It's a war zone. Sanctuary is getting pounded out there. They're sending distress signals to anyone who'll listen. If they shut down the echo, I'll be unable to arrange for it.
This is not how it happens. Can you see me?
Nope.
With the echo network down, I can't see you. We're flying blind, friend. Our window is closing. The vault can only be opened every 200 years. If it isn't opened soon, the chance will be lost.
Elevator?
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, the way everyone talks is shut down. It's actually like a neat concept that is not followed up a lot, but like, yeah, that was still the second scrapped Lilith concept. Ooh, the Crimson Lance is here.
So you want me to share?
Ooh. I thought it was better, but it wasn't. Well, neat area, but that was that. So yeah, we only have one thing, and that's that now. We really went through all our topics. Any ideas? We can talk about everything. Oh. You really killed the one I could have killed.
Aren't you supposed to be the skilled person in this series?
I mean, it's still a stat-based thing, so...
That means... I thought Lilith was the strongest character here.
Yeah, but like, sometimes you just die really fast, and then it's like...
I don't.
Also, I can't shoot immediately, so you just... Yeah.
I can.
No. When you go down into Last Stand...
Yeah.
But I was on Wednesday. So the thing is, I kind of want to get through the Borderlands series, but yeah, we'll have to see. Like, I kind of want to, you know, do
we
like
did Tsushia and Monster Hunter when it came out, but
we did that on Fridays, but yeah,
still.
We
only did it on Fridays because it came out and everyone else had something to do. You know,
we kind of have the idea of, you know, going through the Borderlands series, but like maybe with a few more people. But that's currently hard to find because I don't know.
Remember when we went through Secret World Legends when it came out with a group?
Oh, that was fun.
And they were constantly complaining that the bosses are too easy until we came to the 4th boss or something. And we were telling the whole time, yes, those are basically tutorial bosses. The real bosses are after the story. And then they all died at the tutorial boss.
Yeah. Oh,
boom.
Damn.
Boom.
Okay, we haven't found Tennis. She's not here, so we need to go somewhere else. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I kind of want to get through that and maybe have a few more people, you know, playing Borderlands 2. Because, you know, 2 people, fun. 3 people, more fun. Because, especially since from the second game onward, you can just... you have just a lot more synergy and abilities and such. You know, if you don't play Krieg or Gage in the second game, that's the back door. Ooh. So we'll see. Again, this is kind of dependent on what we're doing. On if we find people and such.
Or if we decide to do something else between the games.
Yeah. I mean, first we do have some of the DLCs to do. Even though I think we might be done with the main game, like, today? I think this is, like, the final stretch.
Could be.
Yeah, then we only have to do stuff like... I mean, I think Mad Moxie is, like, very short. It's also just not good. But that's a different thing. Yeah, basically, the thing is they went and were like...
Why did you steal my ammunition?
Oh, sorry.
Stop holding E. There was repeater ammunition. You don't even using repeaters.
Well, how the fuck did I get ammunition for it then?
If you hold it, you get everything.
No, I only get the thing I can pick up.
Yeah. Maybe because you extended your magazine to 600.
Oh, that actually explains it, yeah.
Ammo storage.
When I'm full, then I can...
You still can get ammunition, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's also one of the things, like, they didn't expect Borderlands to be that big. So basically, they were like, oh shit, people like our game. We need to do some expansions. And they had varying degrees of success, basically just experimenting with ideas. And I mean, Mad Moxie is just kind of best summed up with, here are some features that should have been in the, we could have, I think, are good for the game. Oh, that one is good. Yes. Yes, thank you. Oh. Here's some stuff that we think should have been in the game, or, that would enhance the game. We need to get some stuff out. Let's make an arena wave-based thing.
Well, that's fine.
It's fine, it's just also very boring.
Arena waves are kinda the most fun I have in Borderlands.
Fair point. Then they had,
because that's like an actual thing you need to test. And
yeah, then they had the whole zombie island of Dr. Ned, which was a bit more of a, story-focused joke thing, but a good one, I would say. And then they had the two ones that really did the biggest impact on the whole series overall, I would say. The General Armory of... the Secret Armory of General Knox. Not the General Armory, the Secret Armory of General Knox. Which was basically, hey, here's like a secret end boss. Here's a bit more stuff to, farm for. And, then they basically just made... Oh, look at this! Look at the mini-map. This is so totally not suspicious. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, no! A Crimson Lance Dome.
They managed to get us into a closed room. Technically, they just needed to shut the entrance where we came in, and we would be stuck forever.
Fair point. Wait.
Okay, that was lame.
Yeah. I mean, probably harder if you're not leveled like us and have good guns and stuff.
I don't have good guns. I have no idea what a good gun is in this game.
It kind of sucks that there isn't a co-op Castlevania game, actually.
Well,
what?
I think.
I mean, the Infernex is not Castlevania. It was more like, something like Dawn of Sorrow or Ecclesia.
That's Ragnarok Online.
I mean, yes, but you know, not in 2D and not with the same feeling. You know what I mean?
Go to Glass Time, you get the same feeling, if not worse.
No, it's not. God damn it! Repair kit found up here. Ooh. Dun, 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 dun.
Found it yet?
What? Yeah, we have that already.
No, we don't have the repair kit.
Okay, I'm getting the repair kit though.
Damn it! Out of ammo.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I like about just streaming something like Borderlands is you can just talk well during it, and you can talk about the games.
I've never seen anything like this.
About looter shooters, are there any worthwhile ones outside of the Borderlands series?
Technically, Warframe.
Yes and no. So here's the thing. Warframe, yeah. But I would say Warframe is a bit different. Like, first of all, I would say ignore the whole, how's it called, season battle pass thing they did, because it just sucks. Like, it just sucks.
It sucked so much we stopped playing.
Yeah, that's literally it just turned us off the game. Like,
But in of itself, it's still a good.
yeah, the game is great. Like, oh, okay, here's the thing. Warframe is one of those things where I would say you will not expect the story to hit as hard for you as it, you know, probably will. Like, the game has a lot of things where you're like, you know, you play it and then you're like, oh, so that's what was going on. It's really good. The thing is that you do want to be in a group though, because Warframe is a lot about building stuff instead of, you know, just having random loot, I would say. And you just want to. It's more collectathon actually. Like, you collect you collect all your you know, all your Warframes, all of the stuff, and there you have to see, okay, here are the good Warframes, here are the, you know, the mods you have for them, and then you want the Prime versions, and that's also a whole thing, and it's great gameplay. I wouldn't say it's really a looter shooter in that sense. It's more of a, you know, you get parts from missions and then you collect shit, but yeah.
You also build stuff, lots of stuff. Oh, that's my idea. Do you have a different
What?
looter shooter?
I mean, I think if we talk about a bit, you know, having some RPG elements and You know, then I think Warframe would fall into that, but if you want something, you know, with rolled stats and skill builds and stuff, it's not the same. I mean, the closest there is Destiny 2. And we played it recently, and it's fine. It's just not Borderlands. Like, the weirdest part is really that so many copy aspects of Borderlands. You know, but no one really gets Borderlands full, even the first one. And the first one is pretty simplistic, actually.
And I died.
I did. You know what? I don't even have ammunition to do a lot of stuff.
You shouldn't. You could have just
What?
revived me, you know?
Sorry, I didn't actually see that you needed help.
I noticed.
You probably need to tell me that to a degree. But, yeah, weirdly enough, I would say no game really ever managed to be like Borderlands. What did you need to... Oh. I'm coming back, I guess.
It's just where I started.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we can get some ammo.
Yeah, Payday's a shooter, but nothing with looter.
I mean,
At least you don't loot weapons to build stuff. You loot.
yeah. I mean, it still has the RPG part, so I guess...
Wouldn't call
Yeah.
it a looter shooter.
Fair point. It's
It's
a
a
co-op
Jace.
game.
Yeah.
It's a co-op game where you loot things, but, you know, it's not... Where you loot things and you shoot things, but it's not about the loot. That's a weird part. I mean, it's also probably the biggest thing that I would keep saying where the Borderlands series just... Like, the Borderlands series, ironically, I think, especially when it comes to the idea of, oh, hey, you know, you have looting and shooting and just generally just looting, they're offline. You can play Borderlands, I think even Tiny Tina has a LAN mode. That's a game in the 2020s and it has LAN.
Hooray.
I know. Hooray. But also, that just says I think this is probably the biggest thing I will always say, like...
How about it's not the biggest thing you will always say, and just say what you want to say.
Like every... Oh, here are the boxes here. There's already a downside when a game is all online only. I get why it is, for example, for Warframe. But, like... You know, I can't ignore the fact that this right here is a game I can play offline, you know, with Agonia, no problem. And for Warframe, I would need to log in. I would need to rely on something. If, you know, our internet is down, we can still play Tiny Tina.
Yes and no, because Steam nowadays is like, no, you need to log in to go into the offline mode.
Okay, fair point. But we could technically still do it.
We could just start the Excel, I guess.
I guess.
I haven't tried that, but it should work.
That is literally my biggest problem when I look at, like, oh, hey, can you recommend other games? I just like...
I can't even think of another looter shooter like Borderlands directly. Destiny 2 and 1 is probably closest, but Destiny 2, it has its moments, but I find it very boring, especially since it's so... It is very story focused, but it also doesn't care that you don't know jack shit about the story.
That's the thing.
It's like we went through how many story chapters now?
Oh, we went like through a full campaign.
Yeah, and I don't care about any of it.
Yeah. From what I heard, some of them are bad and some of them are good. And like, you know, the thing about it is that even though I would say the first Borderlands game is a lot more simplistic in terms of story, and you could say not that good, you get it. Even from the sides. It's just, you know, at least it's an... Yeah, okay. The Crimson Land sucks. A lot is just very well conveyed.
Great.
I wanted to... Okay.
I was literally on my way to kill it. I just needed a second to be able to shoot.
Also, you have another thing, which is probably a bit overlooked, but Borderlands plays just way smoother. Like, you have just baseline a higher movement speed, your baseline just shoot better. It just, weirdly enough, it's something, you could say yes, it is a bit more simplistic, but it just feels better, you know?
To be fair, I have my problem with the looter aspect of it since Diablo.
Yeah, fair point.
Because I think all the small modifiers that I basically need to calculate myself how good what... Yes. Like how good something is, I basically need to calculate it myself all the time. Instead of just the game telling me, hey, that means that, that means that. So I can make a more easily informed decision, you know? Like when an item gives you plus something in your skill, you need to know and basically cross-reference.
Oh, we can open the door.
Yeah. You need to cross-reference the skill and then think, okay, how much does that affect what? I find it very tedious.
Yeah.
And pretty much every looter shooter has that.
Yeah, that's always like...
It started with Diablo, more too, and I kinda hate it.
Yeah, it's one of those things like... I know where it's coming from, you know, the, how's it called?
Yeah, well, let's be real. 90% of the loot you find in looter shooters isn't worth spawning in the first place.
That's true. I think that is the biggest problem these games have, that it's like... It's just so overkill that I would say they would probably fare better if they started making, at least started going around with it, like one game just testing, hey, what if just less drops?
Or more worthwhile stuff.
Yeah.
Also just show the whole character sheet when you compare weapons and what changes and stuff.
Can we get a ride here?
That would be nice. You know?
What? That would be very nice, yeah. I think a lot of those games just don't have the whole how do I convey information well figured out.
Yeah, they're the people who put the time into them to know if something is worthwhile or not, and the rest is just like
Yeah. Oh, we actually can't. It's an area where we have to walk.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's just go out here. That's the weird thing, you know? But yeah,
So you don't know any
no.
actual looter shooters?
I have no idea. Like, that's the problem. I don't even know anyone really attempted to make anything similar to Borderlands ever. Really, you know, aside Destiny. And Destiny 2 isn't that good. Like, I know people... Ironically, it's weird that Destiny stayed around because it's, you know, kind of an MMO thing. And, like, it's not bad. It's just...
Mid.
Yeah. I feel like Borderlands just has this... You know, people do the, oh, haha, you know, it's the bad writing and bad comedy game, which is like, from what I heard, the worst one is 3, but that's it. Because, like, again, I think the writing in the first game is just, it's fine. Like,
I have a problem with the writing so far.
Yeah, it's like, it's so weird that people complain about the writing because, like, oh no,
Like,
you have a Godzilla reference. The horror. The game is a...
thank you for not letting me second wind. Again.
There was a chance that you couldn't even hit them.
I hit them. It's not a problem.
Well, now I can't. Really, even, I think.
No.
At least that sounds better than Ubisoft trying to make Ghost Recon a looter shooter with Breakpoint. I mean, I have no idea. I heard about Breakpoint. I know it has its fans, but also, yeah, I just knew that Breakpoint was full of microtransactions, and then they put NFTs in, and that was just embarrassing. I mean, if I just say it, like, yeah, that's like, I don't know what people have with the writing. Like, I mean, I get with, you know, Handsome Jack, but like, here's the thing, Handsome Jack was Elon Musk before Elon Musk. They were just onto something and people just didn't understand it. I'm just like, but other people were just quoting him and were really annoying. And people were quoting and were really annoying about Elon Musk too. Like, oh boy, the Handsome Jack has, who's basically like Elon Musk, has Elon Musk-like fans.
I think people had different, more imaginary problems with the game.
Yeah.
Simply because those same people should still be alive if they haven't died from COVID.
Fair point.
So the question is now, why is nobody complaining about Monster Hunter Story?
Oh god, yeah, like, I'm sorry. It's... The Monster Hunter Wilds writing is just not good, but
yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
not good. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but it's not well written. And for a story-focused game, more than Borderlands,
I can only... Okay, you know what, that's the thing. When I sit here and be like, okay, you know, at what kind of parts should you measure a game in terms of its different aspects? Like, for example, how do you measure, for example, difficulty? I would say difficulty is hard to measure because, like, a lot of games are different genres and, you know, create difficulty differently. I would, for example, say Borderlands is not really a hard game. However, there's an important part here. Borderlands still wants you to engage with its mechanics. Like, you will have a much harder time, if not getting stuck, if you don't think about how you want to actually build your character in this game. Even this one.
people have been getting stuck in Borderlands.
What?
People have been getting stuck.
They were stuck. And in the second game even more. That one is actually harder.
Weird.
I know, it's not the hardest game, but again, it has a certain level of difficulty. Meanwhile, I would say Wilds is a game where, you know...
Kill this again with your AoE.
No, that wasn't me. My AoE isn't even doing damage to you.
No, but you set off explosives. That's the problem.
But, I mean...
Yeah.
But yeah, it at least it wants you to, it wants you to have a general sense of what you're doing. While when we look at Wilds, I would say, I think the only reason people have problems with Zoshia right now is that they never actually bother to, engage with the game because you don't need to. And when you go in with shit weapons and shit armor, yeah, then the fight is like 20 minutes long actually, and not 5. But yeah, in general also, the story is just more coherent. Like, characters get set up early. You're like, okay, yeah, she betrays you. Duh. But even that is like, hey, what are the clues for that? And then, it's like, oh, the guy that drove you in with a bus was like, hey, she's not buying from my terminals. And then his next idea is, if you meet her, tell her she can buy from me. I make better deals. In the idea of, someone, she's just buying from someone cheaper, which is just, it's actually kind of funny, There we go. But yeah, it's always like, I don't know, this Borderlands series was always kind of like, I mean, I think they tended to start making more dumb jokes as time went on. But you know what the problem is with dumb jokes? They can still be good dumb jokes. Like, there's a lot of times in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands that we play recently where I just sat there being like, God damn it, you really did that, but it was still funny, Like, there was a guy who was like, oh, I'm going to progress on like the overworld map. You need to get my blueprints, and then I can actually build a rainbow bridge again. And he's like, my beloved blueprints. How much he loves them, and then he's like, and I do mean romantically. It's like, okay, that one wasn't bad.
Oh, it was part of a joke that was set up before.
It was a good setup, It's like, yeah,
it wasn't a setup. Okay. It was part of a joke that was set up, which you didn't tell because you don't remember it.
Thank you. Do you remember it?
No, I don't. I don't remember the word.
Yeah, it's like that's a problem also with comedy. Some jokes work, some jokes don't. You could say that comedy is very subjective. Maybe even the most subjective thing in human history. Like that's why I cannot even tell you that, because for me a lot of the jokes work in the Borderlands series. That's why I definitely like them. Aside from, I think the gameplay loop is better. I think the world design is better. I generally think the game design is better. I think the technical side is better than most of those games because, again, I think Tiny Tina's Wonderlands recommended GPU is a GTX 1060. That's the recommended GPU. That's a game released in the 2020s and it looks pretty good, actually. That's just, again, when I'm asked, like, oh, hey, can you recommend me a better one? I can just recommend similar ones. But, like, yeah, you also have to keep in mind, will it run on your PC? Does it have a lot of content? How much has it been worked on? Like,
look what I have.
Wait a second. Ooh, what is that? What the hell is that?
That is
The 1011 cannon. Oh god, why is it binary? There's probably a good joke in that, but at least a dumb joke. Yeah, it's... Yeah, the things with Luther stuff, it's like, okay...
We were by writing. With writing?
Writing, yeah. It's hard to do right, and like, if you like the humor... Well... I would say a lot of the Borderlands series will just work better for you than like basically all the other games that try to be like it.
Trophy from my wall.
There we go. Crit him to death. Yeah, well, still enemies. Again, the little discussion of Wild Story means that most people did not play Wild Story despite forcing you through it. Yeah, like I think that's a big part. If you want to have people.
Ironically, there's still lots of people who say the story is okay, which I attribute to them not paying attention to the story.
Probably, but also just
at
like
best. At worst, they're trying to defend something because they like it, even though like. Wilds is a bad Monster Hunter.
It's just forces you through.
It's worse than Worlds.
Yeah, it is.
Doesn't mean you can't like it.
It's still not a bad game overall because in the end, it's if you're out of the story stuff, it's Monster Hunter. Okay.
I call it okay, but yeah.
Steele has taken the key and is already on her way to the vault. Hey, for me, take the bitch down.
Yeah. That's actually the last mission, I think. Wow. I mean, that's actually like one of those big things that you're sitting there being, that you play, you go through the Wild Story and like, I think a lot of people just have it in the background, They never really think about, oh, hey, what...
I can see you. I don't know how you did it, but I can see everything again. You've surprised me this time. Listen, there is no time to waste. You must immediately reach the vault. Go, now.
Yeah, we're finishing the main story here. Only took like 4 streams. Probably getting through the whole game faster than we initially expected. But yeah, I think that's one big thing. Like people get forced through stories, but what I feel a lot of times that people do is just, as Agonia said, not engage with a story.
Yeah, I'm just of the opinion if you make your game story focused, then I will critique the story.
Yeah. And I think they probably are doing this to a degree because, let's just be real here, there is sometimes just stuff in a game that is not good.
You mean, like, how long did we actually play? With Goro Magala farming back then.
I can.
In there, you had like 40 hours.
Oh, we need to go somewhere else actually, but yeah.
That's very short for a Monster Hunter.
Yeah, it's really short, and I know some people are like, oh, the monster lineup in Wilds is better than that in Rise, and it's just like.
That depends. No. Do you mean conceptually? Then yes. If you mean actually diverse fights, no.
Yeah, it's like I don't get it. Like the fights in the Wilds are worse. What are you talking about? Rise even has a whole endgame thing with Elder Dragons. Why are people like, oh, the base game was just a lot of nothing? I mean, a lot of the monsters were like they had a lot of monsters done from World, which is like,
which also didn't make sense.
Didn't make sense. Yes, I totally agree with you on that. But like, if you're complaining about the fact that if they brought back Puke and
yes, I do.
And Anjanath, which I mean,
yes, everyone should.
You know, how should I say it? Anjanath is in Wilds. It's a variant of Anjanath, but it's Anjanath.
At least there's a story reason why it's there.
Fair point. But I mean, fucking Odogaron is also there.
Same story.
There's a story reason. I know. But like,
no. At that point, you can't complain.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm guessing we have you to thank for that. If you need anything at all, remember to use the commerce grid. I'm sure there's something helpful for you there, partner.
Yeah, it's.
And that's the one thing I would say Wilds has above Rise.
What?
They've actually explained why some of the monsters are there. They have stupidity because they were like,
There's no time left.
There's a virus.
Reach the vault by any means necessary. We will not get
Yeah.
another opportunity in this lifetime.
Like, oh, there's a frenzy virus. What could have brought this on? I don't know. The only monster that does it.
I mean, there's also the thing I would say, you know, a lot of things in the Wilds just happen in the story. Like, you ever thought about that? I mean, that's the next thing, you know? I do think a lot of people just don't think about what a story is saying. I know, you know, you can say in some games, story is not the most important part. Like, you don't...
Sure. Even in Wilds, I would argue it's not the most important part.
Yeah,
but if the developers want me to pay attention to it, which they obviously want to, because they're saying that everybody is totally there for the story,
then I'm sorry, I will think about it. But like, I generally do think about stories, even in games where people... I think that's probably the part I hate the most, that people just dismiss stories very, very fast. And that's a thing I dislike. Like, yeah, sure, for example, you can say a story is not the point in a game, but you can still think about it, right? Like, from what I, for example, said here, a lot of people have... okay, actually, the new Devil May Cry series seems to be kind of ass. I haven't watched it.
I only saw the trailer.
Yeah,
and I saw Dante smile once and not make him stupid jokes once.
Yeah, and the thing is,
if the trailer's anything to go by, yes, it's ass.
And also, like, someone uploaded a side-by-side thing about, you know, literally, how's it called? Lady from Devil May Cry 3 talking about the backstory, and, you know, he's like, yeah, there was like a big demon king in his shithole country, and they're like, why is she swearing so much? Like, it's not that she didn't swear, but here's the thing. The reason why Devil May Cry is such a good game is literally people took the things that happened with gravitas. Like in Devil May Cry 3, yes, she also narrates what happened, but she actually tells it with like, this was the story of the Sons of Sparta and how they fought constantly. Like, there was seriousness to that. Because the thing is, it's the same thing in Borderlands, okay? Borderlands has a lot of goofy characters. Like, Dante is a goofy goober to a big degree. Mm-hmm. Can we just wait here for a second?
Wait.
Like, Dante's a goofy goober to a degree. And, he eats pizza all the time, he jokes around, but also, like, he's a broken person.
That's why he jokes so much.
Yeah, that's why he jokes so much. Dante's jokes are not because he's an inherently funny guy. It's because, he still misses his brother and he has contempt for him. And also his life is literally, hey, you were born to defend the human world because Dad was like, I love you, but I literally can't be with you here. And I need to leave someone behind. And his home burned down, and he's getting constantly attacked by demons, and his brother has a whole thing about gaining power and showing he's the better one, and he's coping. Similarly, in Borderlands, you have characters like Tiny Tina or Claptrap who are like, oh, they're quirky and make jokes, but also like, Tiny Tina is a traumatized girl that forces bombs into everything because, well, explosives keep the bad people away. Let's just be real here. And Claptrap is annoying, but also Claptrap is like the last survivor of the fucking Claptrap genocide. Who is very, very fucking, obsessed with the fact that people have to like him because he doesn't want to die. You see what I mean? The characters are goofy,
Or
the
annoying
background,
in Claptram's case.
Or annoying, but they're that... Because there is a bit more of a serious part in the background. Like, yeah, Devil May Cry is a series that is, to a degree, about trauma, and like familiar trauma and how to deal with it and, philosophizing about life and its existence. But also just not. Because it's also about kicking demon ass, taunting them, and eating pizza. And that's the thing, There are serious games that present unseriously. Meanwhile, if you make something that is just unseriously, you miss the point. Well,
You mean unserious?
if you make something unserious, yeah. Oh, we're in the vault.
The glass is on the last few grains of sand. You must reach the vault by any means necessary. We will not get another opportunity like this in your lifetime.
Now she changed it from in our lifetime to in your lifetime.
Oh boy, that's so interesting how this vault has to be opened for some reason. I fell down.
All set.
What? I try to come back up, but I don't know if I can actually. I'm very sorry if I fucked up right now. I don't even know how that happened.
It happened somehow.
Yeah. I'm wishing Mantling back from from the newer ones. I can't get up. I literally cannot get up. Sorry.
What can you do?
I don't know.
Dying?
Technically I can. But,
Shouldn't we do DLCs or something?
no, we can do that after the story. No worries.
Okay.
That's actually a bit more sensible to do that. Main game first, then DLC stuff. I mean, that's how they were supposed to be played, actually. Yeah, I can't get up here anymore. Look up. I'm sorry.
Well, then you can talk more, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you see what I mean with, that, like, story is worthwhile analyzing. Like, that's why I say, I never, I I can agree when people said Handsome Jack is annoying, but I never found his annoyance or, his unfunniness to be a bad part in his character writing, And the longer the longer I lived, the more I realized he's just a self-absorbed jerk. Of course he makes bad jokes constantly and thinks he's the funniest guy alive. That just fits if you think about it. That he's just, doing that. And, then Elon Musk happened and, let's just be real, Borderlands 2 has never been more vindicated in terms of its story.
Yes, you said that, I think, 5 times now.
Sorry. But I think this mixture of making, of writing serious stories with, some unserious parts, that is hard. I don't think everyone can actually pulls that off or, actually gets that. Most games really just want to be quote-unquote the funny game. And I think they're missing the point. But I mean, I think Worlds, Monster Hunter Wilds also just comes to the point that I can actually concede to the idea that people liked World, partially also due to the story, because we liked it partially due to the story. Monster Hunter World. I think people partially like the game because of the story.
The story is probably the best Monster Hunter had since they removed integral parts of the game.
Yeah. And the thing is, but I think the big problem that the devs didn't understood, similar in Rise, I would say, that's where I would say the cracks already started showing, is why people like the story. Why we, for example, like the story. Because Monster Hunter World's story isn't good, but it's coherent. It's relatively coherent, I would say.
Relatively coherent, and there's still stuff to pick apart now that it's more main story stuff. Especially the whole Nergigante eats elder dragons. He never does.
Yeah,
except for one time where he kills seals.
He does.
Otherwise, the angle of ecology was interesting.
Yeah.
Now it's basically
Please don't remind me about how Ace Attorney is not in a live franchise at the moment. I need to play more Ace Attorney. I should get the collections at some point, and that would probably also be a good game to play through on stream with Agonia, because we played the original one on emulation.
Also, it wasn't finished before you started.
And we didn't finish it. Yeah,
you didn't let me finish. I wasn't done.
Okay, sorry.
I was literally looking for a word. The ecology in Wilds is more like a justification to move the story forward than anything else.
Yeah. That is probably the biggest problem it has, because
it's not something they really thought about.
I feel like the story in Worlds was a thing.
I said Wilds.
Yeah, Wilds, true. The story in the ecology in Wilds is just there to get the story rolling, and it's just so ass backwards when, if you want to make something about the, about the ancient civilization, don't make a game that is basically just constantly, everything is artificial, whoops, and you're like, so
you
what's the
can do that
point?
if you do it correctly. They just didn't do it.
They didn't do it correctly, yeah. I think a key thing I would say that I dislike, or, is I think the difference is World came in the context of we had over 15 years of Monster Hunter games that just roughly talked about the world. Or only had droplets of, droplets about the world. And then World was just like a game where it was like, let's sit down and let's actually just talk more about the world and the ecology, how it is, what it makes this fascinating, what are the elder dragons, where do they fit into everything. And that's the thing. It was interesting because we were starved for that. And everyone wanted to have a game that, just...
Oh, so it was less fit in, but more where they're going to die.
Yeah, where they're going to die. And it was just a big part of it. It was already a big setup that people wanted to know more about the world. And then they just made a game about the world. And,
yeah,
wow.
It made it relatively well.
It was honestly, it was actually kind of an easy task, if we are honest.
Yes, but you see, 2 games later, they can't even get to that level anymore.
Yeah, but this is also because they kind of forgot the fact that they really thought story is the general point, is the general thing that people want. Not, people wanted to basically learn more about a certain aspect of the world. And wowsy. And that is the critical problem that Wilds has. It just assumes that you want to know all this. And...
well, I technically want to, but there isn't much learning going on. It's more like, okay, we know every monster here already.
Yeah.
Even the new monsters are like 99% heal me. You killed my stuff.
Oh, I didn't even shoot at it in the end. But yeah, most of them are just known.
Yeah, it's
and
like La Labarina. Oh, nice. How will we find out what it's called? No, we just know.
It's just a La Labarina, and you're like, how do we know that? Like, I mean, in general, I would say, and I know this depends on the person. I think a story depends heavily on how do you make it interesting? How do you make people care? And World had the let's just say it had the luxury that most people already cared from the base premise, or were already playing games and wanted to know more. Like the premise was so easy to sell because it really just comes down to, hey, all these, a lot of these monsters, and you know the world. Do you just want to have something where people just talk about it more? And yeah, that's an easy sell. That is a piss easy sell. Like, like, I don't even know where to start, really, Yeah. It's just, yeah, Wilds just assumes...
Wilds is mostly about a boring kid that does the predetermined boring kid arc. You know?
Yep. It's just...
So she is, I don't know, you can't really make an argument for something being the equal dragon weapon, or at least conceptually taking the place of it.
And it's just being this piss easy.
And it being in the easiest Monster Hunter since forever.
What are you doing over there?
I was trying to kill the enemy you killed to save myself.
Yeah.
siren stuff.
I hope good stuff.
No.
It's just more SMG damage.
Not really, right?
It's fine. But yeah.
It's still amusing that we come back to Monster Hunter Wilds that often.
It's just... Can we just stop? I want to talk more about how Borderlands is good and why it just misses the mark so hard. It's embarrassing. I mean, I think that's probably... No, you know, looping back to that Carmack quote, I would say, I think he has, he observed something probably that is actually a thing, but he drew the wrong conclusion. Because I think Carmack saw, you know, people not caring about the story and concluding, oh, you know, the story is not important, instead of, you know, people are fucking ignorant. Like, so many people out there are just ignorant of stories in video games. And I mean ignorant. Like, if it's not if you're not talking about a game with, like, a very specific, you know, like, for example, Dark Souls, okay? A game that basically has the fucking community marketing of just being people very obnoxious about the story, even though they don't even know the story.
And lots of YouTube channels
dedicated to it.
Reading item descriptions.
Yeah. I think there are people that do care about stories, and I think it's actually... I do think if a game has a story, okay? Even a simple one, you should engage with that a little bit. Like, that is probably the part that really gets me about the whole Wilds discussion, because I think if you engage with the story, like actually engage with the story, you would realize that there are just really big problems with it. But I think a lot of people are just ignoring that, or, you know, making up their own thing that might have happened in the story, because, well, that makes it easier, you know? That makes it easier to not think about stuff. And I think that's just a certain level of ignorance. To just, yeah, writing as a me. Like, I'm sorry. I cannot sit here and not ignore the fact that there are a lot of people out there who happily, you know, are like, yeah, we need to support writers and, you know, we need to do stuff against AI. And I totally agree with you. I really agree on that point. But I cannot ignore the fact that when I see some of these people talk about video game writing, it's usually very, very shallow. And that just feels wrong. You know? That it's like writing, it's a thing, we should support it, you know, they understand the, you know, human part, but they do not want to engage artistically with something. And that sucks.
So you made a long paragraph about people don't pay attention because they don't care.
Yeah, people don't care, and it sucks. And you know what the worst part about it is? That a lot of people are so ignorant that they're not only ignorant to a degree, they're also just egocentrical. Like, for example, we get a lot of people who are like, "Oh, show don't tell." But if if the show of a game or
that you're just saying the same thing
No, I want to say-
again. No, you're doing it. Please
okay,
move on at some point.
this was a different topic.
No, it's not. It's the same.
Okay. Anyway, let's just stop this here. Actually.
It's like, you know how many times you're just doing another angle on the same thing?
Could be, but yeah.
Need to get that a bit under control. If you're actually getting to something, fine, but you aren't.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest problem. I don't know where to get to other than
Yeah.
I really hate how people engage with media. And it's a bit disrespectful. Oh, by the way,
that's a fair point. Don't think anybody would be saying no to that.
By the way, we are finally in a different biome. We have some snow and ice and aliens that we fight.
Maybe. They
It's a
still
bit
have
more-
human skulls, so I don't count them.
Yeah. I mean, we still have no idea what the aliens actually were in Borderlands.
This is it. The reason you're here. I guided you to this point and you've done so well. Know that you are ready for this. With
Yeah,
all
yeah.
focus, brace yourself. I believe in you. You can do this.
You like that? So angry.
There we go.
My ammunition, please.
Yeah.
I'm lucky.
Okay, let's see. The vault. It's actually in the mountains.
Well, where else would it be?
Yep. Oh, look, it's her.
Failed to listen to Commandant Steve. I've warned you time and again, yet you persist on ignoring my orders. The contents of the vault are rightfully the property of the Atlas Corporation. But you belong to me. There, the key works. Sergeant, get your team ready to go inside.
Bye, Steel.
Isn't that kind of always the thing that happens when you open a vault?
I mean, why was there a...
This creature may be immortal in its own realm, but in this reality, it cannot survive without a host. That makes it vulnerable. When it becomes flesh and blood, it can be hurt, even killed. You just need to know where to aim.
I wonder where I can aim. Now a pair of tentacles off.
Also, how does she know that this creature is immortal in its own realm?
As if she has insider information. Yeah. Oh, I just killed him. Yeah, killed the vault boss.
And back.
You opened the vault! I'm sorry I couldn't warn you about what was in it. But for you to be there to stop it, it couldn't have unfolded any other way. You did well, and your actions haven't gone unrewarded. The key won't open the vault for another 200 years, but I'm sure Tanis will pay you quite the fortune for it. Now go. I'll be watching.
Yeah. Not that.
Ooh, but check me out. Oh, come on, get down.
Whoops. But yeah. She was in a Hyperion satellite. How?
Well, she was watching over
From a Hyperion satellite, but yeah. What could this mean? Not that the Guardian inside of inside of the vault was also just holding something back, something violet in the tentacles that will be very relevant in the second game. Oh boy. Yeah, that was Borderlands 1, the main story. We still have 4 DLC to go through. But yeah. It's still a fun game, I would say. A bit simple. And I'd say, yeah, Steel is a little bit undercooked. Like, did you know she was also a siren? You can only guess that from her design. And that was a reused scrapped Lilith design, actually. So, as I said in the beginning. But yeah, no, she's supposed to be a siren, and she just dies. I really wish they would have done more with her, but I mean, maybe they wanted to.
I mean, if you have a model done already, why not?
I mean, more like with the character. But then again, the Borderlands, like, story-wise, the characters are they just have a really big problem. Because, okay, I think I can talk a little bit about the ending of the pre-sequel, maybe. Basically, one alien comes to Lilith and the Crimson Raiders and, basically prevents them from killing Athena, saying, there's a fucking war coming and you need everyone alive that you can have, like Vault Hunters. Which is foreboding because apparently 4 is more about that thing. And by the time 3 ends, 3 sirens are dead. Multiple Vault Hunters are dead. Like, if you get the hint that, you should build an army of very capable people, and they just keep dying, it's like, that's the thing what I mean with, analyzing story, because I think a lot of people never thought about that, in the whole sense of it. Like, Steel is like, yeah, she was the antagonist, but like, she would still be very helpful alive, I mean, they take the Crimson Lands over after, Hyperion waltzes in with their robot army and everything. But still, it's just, this is always something about story, with implications and such that I think it's worth talking about, worth thinking about, because there can be cool stuff. And I know people are like, oh, Borderlands 4, what could it be about? And like, I mean, first of all, we still don't know who the next siren is. We have 3 more to go, I think. We know about like 3 or 4 1. And one ability, it's just 6 siren abilities. Apparently there's a 7th one, but they were like, never find the 7th siren. What's up with that? We don't fucking know. That's also interesting. Also, she can summon like a Reaper, apparently. That's actually kind of interesting. But yeah, like stuff like that. There is some stuff in the it's like there's stuff that if you know a bit about it and just learn a bit about it, you're like, oh yeah, there's some interesting things that can happen. But like, people just dismiss story a lot of times, and I just don't think that's good. My parents were reproducing. That's kind of neat. Well, everyone who purchased this game and taking the time to read these credits. That's right, I'm talking to you. Hey Keith, we're doing it. we're very much in the team reading credits. I mean, a little bit of music would be nice, but wait, do we have music?
We have music.
Oh, it's just off because I have streamer mode.
Yeah.
Let me guess, it's Cage the Elephant, no, Ain't No Rest for the Wicked?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Because that's the opening song. Okay, it's something different. I don't know. I've seen credits like this before. This is cool. I mean, there are a lot of some companies do that.
Yeah.
I definitely say what is in the credits says a lot about the company culture.
Yeah. Assuming the credits are accurate, like with how many people are there, because companies tend to like delete people from credits that actually deserve it.
That's true.
But like on that note, remember Neo 1's credit with like, I don't know how many people, that was 20?
Neo 1 is a shockingly short list, yeah.
Where I'm really like wondering, are there really that few developers there? Or
Yeah.
what happened?
I mean, in 2 the list was longer, so I suppose it really was just like Neo 1 was very much a small budget thing for them. Yeah, sorry, there's supposed to be music here, but I turned off licensed music, so thankfully I can do that. So my we don't get striked on YouTube if we're doing this, which is stupid because like, who would go onto a stream, Ain't No Rest for the Wicked from Cage the Elephant, No Heaven. I think that's the one.
Yeah, in my opinion, if you get a license for a song in your game can play it all the time.
That it should be able to play all the time, yeah. And like that YouTube just ignores it. But yeah. Oh, we have. That's the studio that made this version. But yeah, by the way, Ain't No Rest for the Wicked is a good song. Like, I know people were like, oh, they're using, some, back then, I think, some punky songs or so in the openings. Like, who cares? Ain't No Rest for the Wicked is a great song. And it fits an opening. It fits for the opening, It's just, there's the bass, and then it's like, dun 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 dun. Just, seriously, hear it on YouTube. It's a great song. I like it. Yeah. I mean, I know, we could skip this, but like, there's this thing. We won't. Because I think, even if there's no music, and I kind of wish there was like some replacement music or so, I generally think, it is kind of good if you watch some credits. I don't know. I mean, this is probably the dumbest ideological stance you can have, because, like, being credited is just, like, it's a legal thing that is good and should be there. But I also totally get why people skip the credits, even though I'm like, yeah, I will probably never remember Shelley Lovejoy or Jason Beck, Eric Ruff, or Witz Sellinger from 2K Czech. But they made the game, and I think I should at least take, the few minutes that the credits scroll by. It is just an ideological position of, it's a bit of things we should do. That's a long list of names. It's so kind of impressive when you think about that, like, the first Easter egg ever in video game development was a credit. I know this is talked about a lot, but, like, it's just kind of shit to see that, there are some unions that try to take, credit for, like, voice actors and people, but, like, I think voice actors, that they should, have unions, but right now the unions don't seem to really care a lot about video game work, and that sucks, because there should be more video game industry specific unions, like, globally, because I mean, I don't know, just seeing it as this, second grade thing really just ends up being very much up to the developers and the publishers, and some of them are good, but, like, it should be organized better, I'd say. Well, so kind of stupid that we don't have music and I just need to keep talking.
Does the Friday stream stand?
I need to ask them actually that. If not, I do not know what we do then.
We will find something.
I mean, at least when I'm done with Shanoa on Sunday, I do want to play Tales from the Borderlands, because I've been on I've kind of started this thing, like, last year, streaming through the first batch of the Telltale Sam and Max games, because I think, like, everyone always looks at Telltale with, it's The Walking Dead and the other ones, and I think, ironically, the best written ones from them are Sam and Max, and from what I saw, Borderlands. Because Telltale is really good at writing comedy, actually. And the serious part, not that much, actually, so, yeah. I actually need to, probably should do the Sam and Max ones too again. Next time oh, damn! Hello, Ryan! Welcome everyone to the silent credits that we keep rolling before we... How are you all doing? The circus has arrived. I mean, we just... honk honk. When we just joined. We are, we kind of did the main story. Maybe we can look a bit into, like, just going in back again and maybe reporting to Moxie. Just talking, we're talking about... Oh god, what had we done today? Like, keep game preservation, game remastering, game remaking. How's everyone doing? How was the week so far? How was, the midweek update? How did the clowning go? What was played, by the way? What was on your end? Da, 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 da. Yeah, by the way, there should be music here, but I turned off licensed music, so... Whoops. We're streaming some Schedule 1. What is Schedule 1? I don't know. I am so out of the loop when it comes to games. I'm just playing... You know what? I'm playing boomer grade games at this point. You're like... Borderlands is like 2009, 2008? That's almost 20 years now. And I'm sitting here like, this was my childhood. A drug dealing game! Oh, wow.
Nice.
Nice. How exactly does it work? Like, do you have to plant yourself and then hand it out? Cooking meth in a dingy apartment. I mean, that's also Payday 2. It looks like Rick and Morty turns 3. Oh.
Interesting.
Actually, that sounds definitely interesting. Yes, you grow it, cook it, and sell it. Nice. I mean, you don't really grow meth. You more like... I mean, you cook meth, and, you know, you either steal the parts...
What about the parts of meth again?
I mean, okay, I don't know if there are that, but I still know from Payday 2 it's at least muriatic acid, something chlorine, and force protection for your business. Ooh.
Yeah, something chloride. Yeah, none of them are indirectly grown.
Right. Ooh!
Loot.
Loot! Loot, loot. I have 1 bullet in this MP and I will take it out on someone. What do we get? Ah. Let's look at this. Ooh, there's a shotgun. No, that's good. What do we have here? Ooh, very fast recharge rate. I take that one. Haha. What do we have here? Hunter Siren! Improves face walk skill. Yes, thank you very much. Ooh, there are revolvers here.
Oh, nice.
And snipers. Let's look at them over here. Do we have... Oh, we have an SMG and the violet one. I am so sorry, Gabe, but that's not a good SMG. Hydrochloric acid, sodium hydroxide, and we'll just make salt water and mix. Yeah. Yeah, I think they couldn't just do. Why are there so many things for you? I hate this vault. Fuck you. Oh hey,
you know what's the funniest thing about it? It's bad for me too. I'll take the vault key.
The what?
Take the vault key.
Oh yeah. Let's, I guess, just sell the rest here.
Yeah.
Oh, there are some more here.
I don't need them. If I take
I
them.
can take also a few and sell them. Okay, and let's just fill up everything. You can even buy it in Germany. I mean, we have legal weed here, so.
You do not have legal meth though. For
I mean,
relatively obvious reasons.
Yeah, meth is like there are some drugs where I'm like, yeah, they maybe should stay banned. Maybe. Where do we turn it actually in? Rust comes west, so we should just
I mean, we could technically make it legal so that it's not stretched with even worse stuff.
Oh. Yeah, fair points. That would be a thing. But like... Yeah. I mean... Big blah blah. Basically... I'm sure how addictive your products. That's actually pretty cool. I like that attention to detail. can look into it, actually. I kinda like management sims. Even if it is the unsavory ones.
Can
It's
you
often-
stretch it with, like, washing powder? That's the question.
Oh, that's actually a good question, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of, there are some drugs that are chemically similar because you kind of need them, you know? It's similar to when, to how the fact that, yeah, something like morphine, for example, should also just be, there's a reason why people keep it legal. So that's just methamphetamine. Oh, interesting. I mean, meth was developed by the fucking Nazis because that's actually an interesting thing. Meth was developed by the Nazis because the Nazis were like very much anti-drug, but they reclassified it on their own as like, no, this is just
Combat enhancement, basically?
yeah, just enhancement, so it's fine. You know, they wanted to have good marching soldiers. Okay. So we have more missions at the thing in the middle of nowhere. We can go there, or we can just go to. Do we want to do just the Moxie one? That's probably the shortest one.
Sure.
Oh yeah. I've script for it. Oh. Interesting. I mean, yeah. I know some amphetamines are just like used for ADHD, from what I know. So it's not like I were on them and they
didn't help you because you don't.
They didn't help. No, not at all. Like personal thing. If you don't have ADHD and you get a high dosage of ADHD drugs, not good. Depending on the drug. Okay. Okay, let's see. Where should we go?
You need to turn on the vault key.
We did already.
No, still on my screen.
We turn in, but that's just a bug.
Okay.
That literally is a bug. Okay, the vault sends Toucher Station, T1 Junction, the Underdome.
My first husband was a dirtbag and a cheat. My second husband was fun. I figured by then that I deserved a toy. All for myself, and that's what I got. Still wish I hadn't broken my toy. My third husband was good with numbers. And his hands. We're still friends. Kind of. We're civil. I'm looking for my fourth. You know, on the prowl. I don't know when I'll meet him, or where I'll meet him. But he's out there. For now, I'll get my jollies off on bringing pain this way. Or maybe this way. And in the end, the crowd will love me for my brutality. I'll make them yearn for more and more of my pain. I'll be cruel and enjoy myself. When the thrill wears off, I'll leave and find a new toy. Until then, not too different than matrimony, come to think of it. Maybe the Colosseum is my fourth husband, in a way.
And then she has sex with basically everyone alive.
They're magazine upgrades,
Oh, nice.
I think.
But yeah, there we go. Well, yeah, where were I? God damn it. But yeah, Mad Moxie. It's kind of funny how she says here, you know, she's looking for the fourth husband, and then, you know, in Borderlands 2, it's like, yeah, whoops, is there anyone who didn't have an affair with Moxie at that point? It's like, yeah, I have problems with these bandits. And everyone's like, they're like, why? And the answer is, well, you know, I kind of left them after the, you know, because the cannibalism was a bit too much. Like, girl, you dated a cannibal? But yeah. And and it's lagging.
Oh,
Do we want to restart first?
kind of have to.
Yeah, I don't
If
want
my game is lagging, it would be fine, but...
Yeah, but I don't know what it is with, Okay, everyone, 1 second. We are literally going to be back in a second.
We're back. We're not going anywhere.
We're not going back. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. So just stay here. I just have to actually close and exit and restart my game because there is sadly a memory leak in this game that kind of piles up. And if, you know, that's just like, oops, restart the game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, drugs are actually very interesting. I mean, yeah, a lot of things we do say are drugs is just medicine. Like, that's why I would say every time, you know, people are like, oh, what's the problem with this and this? And like, to a degree, it's just a scale of, it's just a scale of how much does it make you addicted. You know? And it went...
More how easily, but then it still has to be weighed against the medicinal benefit.
Fair point. Borderlands is great fun, but held with duct tape, meth, and tears of its developer. Yeah.
I'm
like,
already connecting. I don't
oh,
need
okay.
that. Never did.
Sorry. Play through 2, but play game.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 second.
See you next time. Ha-ha! Welcome to Firestone. I am CL4PTP.
Oh, you need help?
You may call me
Stay
by
out of
my
my way.
locally designated name, Claptrap. Before continuing, please accept this Echo communication device and heads-up display, provided free of charge by the Dollar Corporation.
Now we can talk about again. Yeah, we were actually in the Underdome. I know that the game restarts, but I mean, that's definitely one thing where I'm like, the second game is just working better. Just a better engine version, I'd say, and...
Great! I detected your Echo device is fully functioning. This way, please.
Shut up.
I mean, I'm not even fully leveled.
Yeah, that's why there is always a second playthrough, usually.
Stupid idea.
I know. Da.
Right up. This is the new use station. When you use this device, your DNA profile is automatically identified and stored. Please activate the new use station now.
Yeah. Nope.
Excellent. have been dismissed with insurance. Should an unfortunate fatal incident occur, your new crew will appear at the nearest station. Now we can head into the peaceful town of Firestone.
Hurry up, I want to get to the killing. I mean, yeah, we're kind of looking forward. I mean, I kind of have to spend if we want to get through the series to a degree, but yeah. The first game really has its problems. But then again, so many games have it.
They don't have a health bar. Terrible.
Those bandits really have it in for us claptraps. Using us as target practice is not part of our programming. And open! Yes!
Anyway. Let's get to the fast travel system.
You really don't want me.
This is just too cool. You should open the storage device. There may be something inside to help against the bandits.
We did. Now go, 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 go.
Maybe take it?
That looks like it could do some damage. Okay, let's get this gate open.
I am looking forward to DLC where we can just shoot them dead.
To be damaged. Have no fear. I'm sure I can do it.
I mean, can you say they ran out of ideas with the last DLC just being about killing claptraps? Sure, but on the other hand, we can just kill claptraps. And it's not a fucking kill steal. Wait, how many, what Borderlands games have you played? Like, in general, everyone. Anyway, now we're fighting bandit goons. They leveled up. Not much, but they did. But yeah. There's so many games that just have...
I knew you were the right choice, friend. Now go. I'll contact you again soon.
Girl, you're gonna betray us, so...
Attention, citizen of Firestone! There is no cause for alarm! This new visitor has resolved the problem!
Well, shoot, I thought I was a goner that time. Damn bandits won't leave us alone. Had to lock the place up tight. I'll let you in. Come on. Damn it. Blasted circuits are on the fritz again. Give it a go from the switch out there, would you?
By the way, Dr. Z was the original model of Roland.
Depending on what mission is currently active in your mission log.
So, yeah, they it looked a lot more generic, I would say. And then they were like, you know, let's make Roland new. And it was like the right decision, actually. But, you know, reusage. Good. Reusage, good.
When they're up again,
They said they don't let me cut on folks anymore since I lost my license. Now I keep the bed vendors around here up in
Now that we're done with all that, please follow me and I'll open the gate for you.
Okay, fast travel is probably open like in a second. And yeah, they actually used a bunch. Okay, actually, the only character that stayed from the beginning and was not really changed was Mordecai, ironically. Like, Lilith went through 3 iterations. Roland was reworked, and I mean, okay, Brick didn't exist. There's just some very interesting stuff about the series.
Is Claptrap bugged?
I don't think so. We just ran too far.
Weird, thing.
out under nine-toe skin. Don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him.
You did it. I knew you were the right choice. Oh, the poor little robot needs our help. Would you kindly give him a hand? Our little robot is hurt. He isn't going to last very long without attention. Why don't you look around for something to fix him up?
It's kind of interesting how she turns out to look a lot hotter later when we actually see her model.
I think. Am I leaking?
He seems to be okay. Now is the time to get moving and play your part in the journey to come.
Like, Claptrap is annoying, but I still don't get how people hate Claptrap that much.
I don't know, actually. Like, I always feel like a bunch of stuff is very much an overreaction.
That ought to do it. I'll see you in a few.
Back to Moxie.
Yes. When that thing is finally turned on again.
What can I do for you?
Okay, power coupling. Okay. Is it now working? You can just go there, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we can.
Good.
The Underdome. Nice. Let's go. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of... I think that's actually an interesting thing. Like, what games are also just held together with duct tape? Like, that's one of the reasons why I also said at the beginning, they maybe at some point should just consider...
Depends on what you mean held together.
Just, you know, they just have, like, a very weird code base that just constantly runs into problems.
Hell version of Digimon World?
Oh god, I mean, that was... No, you know what? Digimon World itself is probably just a rushed oops game. But
well,
like,
it didn't finish and needed to get out. Yeah.
the PAL version is just specifically fucked.
Yeah.
Oh well.
What's everyone doing tonight?
I mean, you don't see anyone, but... Yeah.
They're probably watching the stream.
Look at that little Lilith go, beating all them boys down. Yeah, let's save the congratulations for when we finish the round, shall we?
Ooh. At least that's a lot of ammunition we have right now.
True.
So yeah. Anyone, you know, is there any other game, you know, this also for you chat, like any other game where you're like, that definitely is just a technological clusterfuck, a technical clusterfuck, but you still like it?
Out there, ain't it?
There we go. Oh. There we go.
You know what this whole we can't really die system reminds me of?
What?
Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition.
I mean, fair point. It's...
Okay. Clearly I'm going to have to ratchet up the challenge on you.
I mean, I should probably just start playing a bit better.
You can't really rely on me on the shooter.
Fair point.
You can try to rely on me, and I
You
can
can-
try to be reliable, but...
I mean, you can do some good damage. That's a thing, but yeah.
Yeah,
Oh. What happened now?
you stood still and someone shot you from the side. Because I fight those kind of enemies with the system, because I'm bad at shooting.
Yeah?
Meanwhile, you're going left, right, and so I don't hit anything. Because I specifically like hold them in a line so I don't need to aim.
Yeah, that's definitely like, oops, sorry, we should... Okay, that's gonna be maybe a bit annoying. Now they're gonna do the, you know, the... There we go, one dead. By the way, Ryan, have you played Borderlands 2? Yet, or do you even like Borderlands 2? Honestly, that audio should be a little bit
Remember our next boss game? Please show your appreciation for
yeah, fuck. There we go. Let's see what we get here. Was Malavan.
Well done. I have to hand it to
How?
you. You really worked hard out there.
I don't know.
Okay.
One more, then I'll let
Okay. But that's not bad for me.
For me, it's kind of bad.
Yeah. I mean, you do a lot of damage though.
Yeah.
bring on the next wave. This is dangerous.
Yeah, I kind of one-shot enemies now, so...
Nice.
It's a bit a bit of more damage.
Yeah, because we're kind of looking into, you know, streaming through Borderlands 2 with like a bit of a bigger group. And because, I mean, it's a co-op game, you know? It's a lot more fun if you play them together. That's the thing, yeah. I kind of want, kind of like, hey, would you be interested in that if we are, you know, when we're done with everything here?
Yes. Yeah, it's desperate. Yeah, it's desperate.
Yeah.
Even more of that?
What?
Even more of that? Or is it just...
It's just the same, I say.
Reasserting what's already on?
I mean, it probably would be like, it would either be on Fridays or on Wednesdays again, as, you know, as of now, as right now. So, I mean, you can also stream them if you want to. I mean, there is a co-stream feature, so we could actually link our, we could see how that works, and we can actually, link the chats if you want to. Yeah, I have to look into that then. Yeah. Oh, neat. Yeah, just thinking about that, because, like, again, it's a co-op game, and I think if you play with, you know, more characters, it just generally is more fun.
Let's see what happens when I turn up the speed on the bad guys, huh?
Oh.
Nothing good.
Nothing good, yeah.
Of course.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Yeah, it's just an idea, because, like, I think it's actually a nice feature, but also, oh yeah, get dinner. Like, if you need to eat something, that's kind of a good thing.
More important, yeah.
That's way more important, actually.
How long does this go, by the way?
I think it's 5 rounds with 5 waves each.
Okay.
If it's this way, yeah, we have to see. We still need to finish Wiki 3, and, like, there's a bit of time between it and the next, you know, and the next big update, so we're like... Okay, you're, Sure.
Would be fun. Oh, my enemy is running away from me. Help. Oh, he came back. Yeah, because you were with me.
We still have that, this one, so... Should have a boss now. But there's health, I think.
Yep.
Nice. There's health for you here in the middle.
I have it as well.
Okay. I mean, he's living again, I guess. There we go. Hey, definitely the better SMG. Yo, what do we get here?
Look at
The fuck is that? Oh.
Oh my god. You're going to make me so rich if you keep on like this.
I would like more XP.
See how you handle this round. You'll be on cloud 9 after I'm done with you. Rise to new heights.
Sure, Moxie. Just... yeah.
Your baby blues may work on me, but will they work on this?
Okay, it's actually kind of funny how she teleports in Skax. Which kind of implies that Moxie has a teleportation system just to whisk everything into her arena.
Not make you God's gift to killing, let me tell you.
Kinda.
Which is kind of a funny implication, because imagine you're just hanging out on Pandora, minding your day, and like, whoop! Fight in this arena now. Oh.
Shields are tough, huh? I bet this will make him even tougher. The bad guys with shields will have him regenerate quick like a bunny. It's time for the gun wave!
Okay. There we go. One dead.
Keep your eyes on Lilith. She's on a roll. Knocking him out! Look at all the killing! More!
I should actually get a... I just realized I should definitely dedicate the melee button somewhere else.
Because?
This pace up, I find few others can.
Because?
I just don't have it in my muscle memory to press V.
I mean, you managed to switch up E and F when we started the stream, so there isn't much in your muscle memory.
Yeah, fair.
9 after I'm done with you.
Oh.
To new heights. The hard wave is coming to eat you. Oh, nom, nom, nom. Mordecai knows what he's up to. Let's see some more of that. You're our story donor. I just spilled something on my... Damn it. Oh, and yeah, nice wave, whatever. Ding, ding.
Dun, 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 dun. I mean, it's very simple, but like, if you like the shooting... okay, now we should... wait, watch out. They deal bonus damage.
Sure.
Here come the badasses.
I should probably go into... Okay, less a problem than I thought it would be. Yeah, I need also some help. Oh, no. Okay, we go. So, let's see which one is the next boss.
This guy's weapon is insane. You better be quick on your feet. Here he is, Master McCloud!
Oh, that guy. Let's actually pull back.
Can't.
Yeah. Fuck. Nope.
Are we supposed to do the Moxie thing now?
I think actually you can do it actually at every level.
I know you can do it at every level, but are we supposed to do it?
Yeah, they kind of scale up. But like, holy shit, that guy got a lot more health.
No. They scale no matter which level we are, right?
Yeah.
So it's not supposed to be for level 1 characters, for example.
Yeah, to a degree.
So,
Should
for
we do
what
something-
level is this supposed to be?
I don't know.
You should know before you get us in
Damn
here.
it, I mean, at least if you have like one run through the game. But, do we want to go back?
Yeah.
I mean,
We're technically over time anyway.
oh, fair. Damn it. And it was loud.
And you said it was short.
I
5 times 5 waves isn't short.
From what I remember, it was short, but yeah, it was longer than I expected. I think next time we start with some with another one, and then we work our way.
Especially since this doesn't give us XP.
It's just slowly, yeah. I think we rather go to.
I always prefer an XP system where enemies give you
I mean, they give us a bit.
XP instead of the quests. Unless we have skill trainers and, like, just forget about XP in the first place. Then that's better.
Yeah. You know what? I guess we go to the one area where the next one is. Or should we just end it here?
We can end.
Okay, so yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Yeah, we are a bit over time. Oh, we are a little bit over time. Whoops. Yes, but you know what? Next time, I guess we're then doing. I think we start with the zombie island of Dr. Ned, and then we work our way up through the secret armory of General Knox and stuff, and then.
Yeah, because I'm missing lots of levels.
You are definitely missing stuff. I mean, we are halfway done. Like, we are over halfway to through the game through the levels. But yeah, I think next if we do the other ones first, I think then we can probably also have some better weapons, and then we can definitely do the arenas here easier. So yeah, see you all around. See you on Friday for hopefully Wiki 3. If not, you will hear on Blue Sky. So yeah. Thanks again, and yeah, have a good night and sleep well. Have a good rest of the week. Bye.